All right. Hey everybody, I am Anatoleu, and tonight we're going to run Oasis for the 3DS. So, very cool game, one of my favorites. I'm excited to show off the speedrun. Definitely not something that very many people have seen, because I think I'm the only person outside of one runner in Japan who's ever run this game. So, you're in for a treat. Before we get going, just to kind of get everyone in the mood of Oasis, I wanted to show off something that's kind of neat in this game, which is actually included in the instruction manual. We're just going to pop in here real quick. So this game is made by Grezzo, which is the studio with Koichi Ishii as the president and CEO. And you may recognize him as the producer for the Mana series, Seiken Densetsu games. This is the second Mana or Seiken Densetsu game in Questing for Glory this time that doesn't actually have that in the name. The first one was Final Fantasy Adventure. I'd say this is about as much of a Mana game as that is. But he gives us a little introduction, which I think is nice to bring us into the world. So welcome to the world of Oasis. This game is set in the desert. The hero is the chief of a desert oasis who partners with the water spirit and goes on adventures in order to develop the oasis. The desert is filled with many trials that our hero must overcome. On the way, our hero befriends many other characters and together with them finds a path to travel. Real life is full of trials too. And I believe it's the relationships you build with others that show you the important things in life, things you cannot see. What can I do? What should I do? I think these are questions you have to ask yourself as you go through life. I developed Oasis based on these themes, and I hope that these things will become apparent to you, to you all as you adventure through this game. Koichi. There you go. What a guy. Anyway, I'm a big fan of the Mana games and Koichi Ishii and his outlook on life generally. So anyway, I think that's nice. And this is definitely a game about the power of friendship. It's about how you can't do things on your own, and you need your friends and the people around you to do it with you. So there you go. With all that, let's go ahead and get started. So we get to create our character. This is the coolest one. Let's get some stars in there. Nice, that's a good name. Alright, so timing is going to start when I confirm begin the story. So we'll count down to that. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright. So we get a nice little introduction to the world here and some of the history of what's sort of brought us to the place of the present day of Oasis. So we get introduced to seedlings, sort of the main kind of character, of which our hero is one. Yeah. Definitely related to Sproutlings. That's correct. Seedlings have a tiny seed buried in their hearts. They're able to plant it So we'll be doing that. And a lot of people that we meet today are also going to be doing that. We also get introduced here to chaos. So these purple plants are kind of the embodiment of chaos. We started questing for glory by fighting and defeating chaos. Today, chaos is back. Using violence to kill him didn't work, so we're gonna have to do something different today. Yeah, this game is decidedly non-violent. I mean, there's some things that look like violence, but everything is played off a little bit as there are reasons why it's not actually violent. A lot of the inspiration in this game was specific kinds of plants. And we actually have all of the weapons are made of plants. And the idea is that you're purifying animals that have been corrupted by chaos, which is why when I fight a monster and you see a little animal run away at the end, what we've actually done is we've helped the creature. So no real violence here. Well, we've all got a barrel in our souls. Shoutouts to Legend of Mana, of course. So we're going to come out of the intro here, and we're going to find ourselves in a very nice looking oasis. And this is our older brother Nor. Good morning. Questing for glory, you are looking well. Alright, so he wants us to go over to the garden. Just wants us to clean up over here a little bit. Every good DS or 3DS game starts with you doing some chores. If you have played Dragon Quest IX, you know what I'm talking about. Here we are going to use the power of the wind to whirl some sand piles out of here. Nice and easy. Alright, we better get rid of this too. Yeah. Maybe not. Maybe not quite powerful enough for that. Fortunately, our older brother can come in and help us take out the big chaos plant. No problem. Good one. So yeah, seedlings are pretty cute. A lot of great character design in this game, which pretty classic. Koichi Ishii, you can definitely see his hand in a lot of this. He, of course, in addition to being like the Mana series guy, is the person who created the Chocobo and the Moogle, right? Extremely iconic things in Square RPGs. Alright, so he's like, well, we took care of that. Why don't you just go see how everyone's doing? So, the next thing we have to do is we actually have to talk to every single person in this oasis. Fortunately, it doesn't actually take too long, because he doesn't have that many residents. When I say every single person, I mean every person who talks. There are these creatures called newts. Those guys who look like a cross between a penguin and an owl. And we don't need to talk to them. In fact, if I go the entire run without accidentally talking to one, that's pretty good. I don't know if I've ever done it. Alright, we've managed to talk to everybody. Let's go report back to our brother. He's like, yep, everything is wonderful. talks about how the rainbow of protection around the tree helps keep everyone in the oasis safe and happy and comfortable. It's very nice. We're gonna see sequence breaks. We are not. No, the things that might be sequence breaks in this game just end up crashing the game. So, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing about how the game was built, we are just going to have to play through the game. Alright, so we saw kind of chaos sort of fall over the oasis there. So we get a little cutscene here. Give my hands a little bit of a rest before. Quite a bit of mashing we'll have to do. And we've got this guy. Brother hits it with the whirlwind. It's a big whirlwind. Mine is not nearly that big. But I think we maybe just made it mad. Questing for glory! Alright. So our brother says, this is bad, but you need to get out of here. Because we need you to make a new oasis. So he uses one last big whirlwind to send our hero the heck out of here. Alright, and I need to push one button real quick here. This is important for the speedrun. Nice, got it. There's just a lot of sort of introduction at the beginning. After a few more minutes, this game is going to be pretty heavy on the action. But it starts off giving you a nice easy time. Alright, so we're out here in a pond in the desert, and we get to meet Esna, the water spirit. Not a mana game. It's just a regular old water spirit, guys. She's got a friend, Kepri the beetle. And she's just kind of been alone out here, hoping that maybe she'll meet a seedling who could make an oasis. We get some lore here that she is now the only water spirit left in the entire desert. A lot of people, when I'm streaming this game, will come in and accidentally call it Last Oasis. Technically, that's not wrong. Alright, but we show up. Feels like fate. Feels like destiny that we should meet like this. So we're gonna get together with Esna here. But yeah, Sindrina's talking about how this is definitely like kind of a labor of love for the people who made this game. That's definitely true. The creator of this game, he visited Egypt, and he was really inspired by Egypt, and he was like, what would, kind of a fantasy game in Egypt look like? And he started thinking about this game years before they started making it. Which is pretty interesting. And the original concept was really just going to be like taking place entirely within the oasis. But he started to think, I don't know, maybe it's a little too similar to Animal Crossing or some of those other kinds of games, so the scope of the game increased quite a bit. And so now there's a whole world kind of outside of the oasis much more to do. And in a lot of ways, it feels like a lot of games sort of put together. But it's definitely its own unique kind of thing. The production studio, Grezzo, what they were doing before this was mostly bringing 3D Zelda games to the 3DS. So they had done Ocarina of Time port, they had done the Majora's Mask port. They'd also done like a couple Atlas games. But there's a lot of Zelda DNA in this game, just like there's a lot of Zelda DNA in the Mana games anyway. So you can expect to see plenty of that. But it's got its own thing going on too. But it's definitely a very special, cool game. And it's a really, really fun time to kind of just hang out with casually. Yeah, you did want it to be in 3D. It looks nice in 3D, for sure, but you know. You know me, I'm over here. I've got the 3D turned all the way up. But yeah, here we are. We've made an Oasis. Very nice. Alright, let's go check it out. Alright, so Esna would love to kind of come hang out with me as I explore, but she's not able to leave her pool. Fortunately, we've got a solution. She's able to kind of take some water, which Kepri can carry around in this big drop. And she'll kind of be hanging out with me, which is cool. Yeah, Purple Mario knows. 3D all the way up. Alright, so we've just created this Oasis, and we've got our first visitor. So this is Lily. This is how people are going to show up into the Oasis. They'll come right through the front door, and we're always going to be pretty excited about it. Alright, let's see if we can dodge the sand piles. That was pretty good. Not bad. She's like, there's not much here. And then she's like, oh, I see. This place is new. And then she gives me a request. So one thing about requests is if I don't have to actually activate them, it's a little bit faster to not just skips a tiny bit of animation. So even though we're totally going to fulfill this request, we're going to pretend like we won't. So she just wants some roseberries. I'm going to head over here to the garden. Looks pretty nice. Alright. It says, you should come out here, use the green gale to get yourself some berries every day. I don't know if we'll do it quite every day, but we will do it a few times. Now we gotta find her. So even though we didn't activate her quest, we're still able to give her the thing she wants. And it's completed. Nice and easy. So we're starting to kind of get the introduction to how things work in the Oasis. People will show up, they'll often have some kind of request for you to fulfill. And once it's fulfilled, they will join as a permanent resident. So now we've got a population of 1. Very nice. Now that she's a resident, since she's a seedling, we are able to put her bloom booth down. This is from the seed that's in her heart. We're going to use those 100 duodems, which is like money in this game, that our brother gave us earlier on. It's a nice little fruit shop. Alright, it's been a long day. Nice full day, but now it's nighttime. Let's go find our bed. Alright, Esna's like, this looks pretty nice. You should sleep here. Just got a nice little hammock. Alright, so here we get a voice speaking to us. But what is this chaos? The notion that it absorbs life is nothing short of terrifying. You are one of the few who can create oases. Someday you'll be just like your brother. Questing for glory, you must seek out residents who can trust and support you in your adventures. I'm confident that someday, not long from now, you will make an even more splendid oasis sheep than myself. So yeah, we don't know who that guy is, but keep him in mind. He might turn out to be important. Anyway, get a nice night's sleep. It's the next morning. And it looks like we've got another visitor, along with 3 of those newts that I talked about. So the newts are just here to spend money. No one knows where they live. The lore is that they appear when there's a lunar eclipse. So, that's those guys. Alright, we are now able to fast travel back to our room, which will come in some handy. Later on, we'll be able to fast travel all around the oasis, which will be a lot more helpful, but only when we want to go to bed for now. Don't get me wrong, if I could fast travel to anywhere, I would pick my bedroom. Alright. Looks like a voracious newt has bought the last fruit, and now we're out of stock. So yeah, getting introduced to some other things here real quick. So we got this idea that the bloom booths are stocked with some kind of resource, and they will get sold out. So let's go get some more berries. Sometimes you can get 3 on the second day, but usually only get 2. We're gonna go ahead and put a little bit more fruit in the fruit shop. I've got a couple, but I'm actually only going to put 1 in here. Because basically there's no advantage to putting in 2 right now. Later on it does matter how much you restock the booths with, but right now, since it's all kind of scripted tutorial stuff, I'm going to get the same reward for just putting 1 in. So we'll do that, save 1 for later. Alright, so Pommy here was able to buy some fruit. Feels very happy. I'm going to turn around very carefully so I don't accidentally run into the shop. We'll talk to him. And he's like, yeah, it's great. You guys got fruit here? I think that I'm going to stay. So we got resident number 2. Very nice. So we've got a couple residents now. Feels like maybe something is happening with our oasis. Why don't we go check in with Esna? She says, the water is shimmering. We might be able to make the oasis cooler. Why don't we try it? So we're going to go ahead and do that. I am able to skip this, so we're going to obviously mash through it. Alright, Oasis level 2. So as you level up the Oasis, it actually does look different. Certain parts expand, different things are able to happen in the Oasis. It's there's a lot going on with the Oasis. We're actually not going to see too much of it in the speedrun, as you'll imagine, but part of the fun of playing this game casually is just really watching the Oasis get cooler and cooler as you go along. Alright, so we're just kind of chatting, getting to know each other. Turns out that everybody here is cool, so that's always nice. Another very full day. Good stuff. Alright, so no one's showing up first thing this morning. Looks like we might have to start working for it. Oh, I'm gonna whirl that, actually. Sand piles like that are something that kind of appears randomly. There are some certain things, like properties of your Oasis, that will actually affect the happiness of your residents. And there's kind of like a chaos meter as well. So, getting rid of sand piles is helpful in some very small ways. Palmy there has a burnin' rumor that he really wants to tell somebody at 6:20 a.m., so went ahead and did that. Nice. And we're gonna go follow up on it, which means we're finally gonna leave the Oasis, get out into the wider world. Maybe we'll check this thing out real quick. This is the game hinting to you extremely strongly that maybe you should save. Maybe you should save before you leave. That's pretty good advice. Probably should save. We're not going to be picking any fights, though, so... So, at this point in the game, we're really weak. That'll become clear pretty soon. But it wouldn't be a good idea for us to fight literally anything right now. Alright, so here we get the first overworld area. The Cardoons. And we're gonna head out to the Horned Cave, which is where we heard a rumor about somebody who was doing some mining. So, might be this place with the horns, if I had to guess. By the way, check this place out, it's cool. Alright, so we go in the Horned Cave. And we see somebody who's trapped under some sand. If you're trapped under a small pile of sand, there's no one you'd be happier to see than me. I am exactly the right person to help you out. Alright, and this is Sasha. She can finally do some mining, so we're gonna do some mining. This is showing us how we can switch to other characters. How we can mine for materials. We're gonna do this exactly once in the run, and that was it. Hope you enjoyed. Alright, so this is another way that we might be able to find residents, is finding them out in the wider world, helping them out, and then they will visit at some later time. And them visiting at some later time, let me tell you, that's what the speedrun is all about. Figuring out, what does that mean? What can we do with that? Alright, so I know that Sasha's actually going to show up at 10. She's going to show up at 10. So I've got a little bit of time. While I'm out here, I'm going to get some cactus pulp. I'm going to harvest some cacti. We're going to get some pulp. We're gonna get seen by a monster. Let's get the monster tutorial. I am definitely not fighting anyone though, excuse me. she's like, don't fight stuff, you're gonna die. And she's right. Please. So this is why the game was like, you should really save. Because you get hit twice and you're dead at this point. But anyway, so I want to go into the Oasis at 10 a.m. If I go in at like 10:10, that's fine. We went ahead and got some nice cactus pulp there. Mission accomplished. So here we get to meet resident number 3. This is Evia. I said Sasha was going to show up at 10. We actually see Evia first. Sasha's going to show up later. Hey there, Evia. Alright, so Evia really wants some cactus pulp. Fortunately for her, I just picked up a bunch. Yeah, it is hard to picture the monsters being so... But, yeah, this game is... The combat in this game is quite difficult, because you are usually pretty underpowered. And of course, for the speedrun, we're never going to be overpowered, as you can imagine. Alright. She's got a rumor for me too, but I don't need it, so... We're not going to worry about that. Alright, so Lily sold a bunch of fruit. And she's like, hey, you should collect some money. So, it's kind of showing us how we shoot a whirlwind at a bloom booth that has sold some stuff, and we get some money. So, whether I restocked that with 1 or 2 berries, we were gonna get 200 anyway. So that's all done. Alright, so Sasha is gonna show up at 2 o'clock. She's gonna show up specifically 4 hours after Evia did. So you might be wondering, what should we do until 2? The answer is nothing. There's nothing to do until 2. The fastest way forward is to not have any more loading screens and just wait until the next person is going to show up. We are going to need to recruit 33 residents by the time we're done with the run. And what's really interesting about the speedrun is really trying to balance recruiting your residents, filling the side quests and all that, with moving along on the main quests and going through the dungeons. It's a pretty careful balancing act. The very beginning of the game is actually pretty linear. There's just not that much I can do until I've got 4 residents in the Oasis. But after that, it's really going to open up, and we're gonna stay pretty busy, but try to be back in the Oasis to meet people, so that we can stay on a nice schedule with people showing up and becoming residents. Routing all of this, as you can imagine, is what's pretty complicated about the speedrun, but also what's very fun about making it work. Yeah, sometimes the fastest way is to stand completely still. It's just that kind of run. Alright, 2 o'clock. I was a little bit late coming in, so I'm gonna wait till 10-ish. Probably something like that. There we go. Alright, it's Sasha. She's pretty happy to be here. So we've already kind of done her thing. We've helped her out. She doesn't need anything else from me, which is nice. As we go on, the prospective residents are going to want more and more from us. And sometimes it's just not worth it. Cyrus. But Sasha is very reasonable. she joins resident number 4. And we got a couple more residents since the last time we leveled up the Oasis. So we can actually level it up to level 3. Let's go do it. Alright, so a really nice thing that happens at Oasis level 3 is I get the rainbow protection of the Oasis. The rainbow protection does 2 things for me. One, it gives me a lot more maximum HP, which is actually dependent on the happiness of the Oasis residents. So if the Oasis is in good health and the people are happy, then I get more bonus HP. And it also gives me a free revive. And that's super helpful. So that's why I was saying I was very weak earlier, didn't want to fight anything. At this point, fighting monsters is going to be a lot safer. Still going to be some danger for sure, but it won't be nearly as bad now as it is for that initial little outing that we took, grabbing some cactus pulp. Alright, so we saw Shakuro came into the Oasis there. Let's go talk to him. So Shakuro turns out to be pretty important. But he got attacked by some leopards. They took his special ring. So we are gonna go get it back for him. We're not scared of leopards anymore. Alright, we have 26 more HP than we did before. That's nice. I think we had like 10 before. It wasn't good. Alright, so you can see that the main quest is denoted by these red arrows. So, we need to fight these guys. Takes the camera away from me so it can show me how monsters drop materials and tell me about it a little bit. Alright. The second one will drop the ring. So that was nice and easy. It's good that he got attacked when he was right outside the front door. Very convenient. Thanks, Shakura. Alright, we get a level. So you only get levels as you come back to the Oasis. I also get a new combo attack. Very nice. Alright, so Shakuro is kind of weird because he's not able to grow a bloom booth like the other seedlings, so he's not really sure how he can help me out, but he does have this synthesis tree sapling, so he'll give me that. And he'll join. He's gonna find ways to be more helpful later. Alright, so where can we put that? I think there's a pretty nice spot that we definitely checked out earlier. Nah, we never came up here, but there's a nice pool of water above our bed, which makes sense if you live in a tree. Nice. Through a little tree inside our bigger tree, next to our really big tree, we are going to make a vulnerary here. Alright. We'll need that in a minute. Alright. Very excited to show Shakura what we've done. He's gonna be real happy about it. Also the sun setting, that looks nice. Alright, Shakuro is kind of nice. He always stands in the same place. When I'm looking for other people in the Oasis, sometimes they aren't easy to find. But that guy, he is, and I appreciate that about him. Alright, so he gives us a rumor about a Drauk, which is one of the other races, who is going to fight a big, strong leopard over in this cave over here. So we're gonna go see what's going on there. This is this cave over here we go to several times in the speedrun, so sometimes I get a little bit mixed up and try to do the wrong thing because I have to come in here so many times. Alright, don't get hit by the shark cobra. So yeah, let's see how we can find her. We're gonna get introduced to very simple puzzles. But there are more puzzles to come. Just you wait. Yeah, the voices are fun. Everyone's got some pretty good, cute little voices. Alright. We're using the wind powers. Alright, here we get to meet Moira. So yeah, Moira is one of the Drauk. The Drauk are extremely fashionable, and they use spears. So they're different from seedlings. But she's a pretty good fighter. And we're going to get introduced to the idea of weapon weaknesses here. So different kinds of monsters are weak to different kinds of weapons, and snakes are weak to spears. So we're going to make short work of these guys, no problem. We can also solve new types of puzzles now that we've got a spear. That's exciting. Let's go see how that works. Well done. Made some stairs. Alright, so we're still searching for the big mama leopard. Looks like we have to go a little bit further. You might have seen a warp pad off to the right there that had a giant rock on it. Unfortunately, we can't activate that one at this time. Would be nice. But we'll need to figure out some way to deal with giant rocks before we can really do that. We're just gonna go fight some snakes, that's cool. Alright, why don't we press on? Hopefully Moira kind of stays close to me, because I'm going to need her in a minute. So we whirl this, and then... yeah, she's kind of way off over here. Alright. She likes to get distracted fighting the monsters. That's alright. She comes up here, we can hit the button. Very nice. Alright, so obviously we're not taking fights we don't need to. So we're trying to ignore all these guys, but here we've got some battling to do. So here's the first time we really get introduced to a chaos monster battle that we have to complete before we can leave. This can go pretty nicely if things go well with my little seed bombs, but we will see how it goes. Alright, one of them got hit there, that was nice. Cool, that's what we want. Just does a lot more damage to hit him with bombs than to hit him with my sword. But we've got one more to deal with here. Nice. How about one more? How about one more? What do you think? Perfect. So that's what that fight looks like when it goes well. Very nice. Alright, so Moira's like, wow, you seedlings are really great fighters. That did look pretty good in that fight, I'll admit. I can see why she's fooled. And, we'll see her later. So Esna's like, wow, you're a long way from home. Did you know that you can just use the Aqua Gate to come home? Oh, I should have told you about that earlier. Oh well, here you go. So the Aqua Gate's cool. We can instantly come home to the Oasis pretty much any time, as long as we're not, you know, in the middle of a battle or something like that. Alright, Teddy gets a level. And Moira actually gave me some money because she was like, you should make a sword with this stuff. And we're not going to do that, but we can put a couple nice new bloom booths down. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to put down the pinwheel shop. And we're going to put down the blanket shop. Because you got to take care of your Oasis. Alright, looking good over there. Let's go to bed. Good work today. So we can go to bed as long as it's 6 p.m. or later. If it's not 6 p.m. yet, then it's too early to go to bed. And that's gonna come up later. Alright, so we got a new day here. So this is actually one of the harder parts of the run. I have to get a lot done before 10 a.m. So I'm actually going to take a save before we start today, because this is one of the places in a marathon run that I would prefer to, if it doesn't quite work, and there is some randomness here, just take a couple minutes and start it again. It'll probably be fine, but you'll see. You'll see what the randomness is in a second. So, Moira showed up. Let's go talk to her. Yeah, should be fine. Should be fine. It's nice of her to be in a pretty convenient spot. Alright, so Moira needs 3 small vulneries, because she got injured. I got 2 from that guy in my brother's Oasis at the very beginning of the game, and I made another one when I got the synth tree. So we were ready for that. We'll give those to her. She's like, great, I feel better. And I will join your Oasis as resident number 6. Nice. Making progress. Alright, and she's got a rumor for me. It's extremely important that I listen to this one. About a boy in the pottery cave. Cool, let's go check that out. Alright, if we had to guess where the pottery cave is, I think it might be over here. Might be over here. Why don't we try this one? Alright, so in here we're gonna meet Roto. Legendary hero, descendant of Erdrick, of course. And he is freaking out because there is a shark cobra down there. And he's like, you gotta get rid of that thing. And I concur, I do need to get rid of this thing. So, this guy can dive underground. Yeah, you can hit me, I don't care. Just stay above ground, nice. So the less time that this guy spends underground, the better. That was really good. So that's kind of the big RNG right here. If he wants to go underground and run around for a while, it wastes a lot of time. Fortunately, just kind of went and hung out on the rocks. Stayed above ground and got hit a bunch of times. That was great. So we should have plenty of time to do what we need to do. So Roto is going to temporarily join the party. And he's like, maybe you should check out that flower over there. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to get introduced to some of the other kinds of seedling abilities here. So Roto can do something called Pellet, where he does that. And you know we're going to use that to solve some puzzles. I don't know if I mentioned it, but this game has some puzzles in it. Alright, let's try not to get hit by any rocks. Looking good. Alright, so this is the place that Roto is looking for. The entrance to some ancient ruins where he's got some feelings. He's got some business there. That's cool. Maybe we'll learn what that's about in a little bit. Meanwhile, I am going to activate this warp pad and go home. And it was really important that I got all of that done and made it back to the Oasis before 10 a.m. because Roto is going to show up at 10 a.m. and if I wasn't there in time, then he's going to show up whatever was 4 hours after he left my party. Wow, we got back at 9:10. Whew, that might be like the earliest I've ever made it back. Pretty good. So, we're just gonna hang out for another half an hour. Wait for Roto to make his way here. He didn't take the warp point, so he had to walk. Alright, it's always nice to be past that part. It can be pretty stressful trying to make all that happen in time. Cool, Roto is here. So he's got some more requests for us. It's a little bit harder to get Roto to join, but he's pretty legendary, so what are you gonna do? Alright, he wants us to grow some peppers for him. And I'm actually going to accept his quest, so check out this animation we've been skipping the whole run. Spinning blue arrow, nice. Yep, it was a big one. Cool, so we got some pepper seeds. We're going to go plant those in the garden. First time we've been able to do something in the garden that wasn't just get roseberries off that tree. Let's go ahead and do that. I actually only need one for the quest, but I'm going to plant all 3 of these. And I'm going to water them. So watering them makes them grow tomorrow instead of in 2 days. And since we're speedrunning, you can imagine, I don't want to wait 2 days. Because I need those for quests. Main quest progression is locked behind harvesting those peppers. Alright. So Roto's like, alright, well, while we're waiting for those to grow, I heard there's a merchant back in the Kidung Caves, which is the cave where we met Moira. And he's like, I wonder what's going on with that guy. So, we can't really do much until 6 p.m. when I can go to sleep. So, we got a few minutes here. I am going to take my time we're gonna go talk to that merchant and do the thing that he needs. But I'm also going to get some materials. So the balloon booths get restocked with some materials, and we're gonna kind of specifically be putting down booths that are restocked by these early game materials. So we got cactus pulp is one of them. We get those leopard fur balls that these guys drop. Right there. And then all of the good stuff that's in this cave. And yeah, since we've got a little bit of time here, we're just kind of going to maximize getting all these resources. We will want to be keeping the booths not necessarily filled up all the time, definitely not as much as you would if you're playing the game casually, but we'll need to do a few things from time to time that require the Oasis to be refilled. Alright, so that guy says that there's some kind of evil pot in here, which sounds like something from Dragon Quest, but okay. Sure. Let's say there's an evil pot in this game. Let's go see what that's about. And it took something from him. Seems like a weird story, but let's go check it out. Petrified Branch is another item that I will be using to refill the pinwheel shop. Oh, check it out, there was a weird pot. He was right! So, basically just want to avoid getting the big headbutt from this guy. Yeah, I want you to run that way. Run away from me toward the other stuff. Eh, that's fine. Alright, so we got the Deco Seed Bag, which is what the merchant needed. And I've still got some time, it's only 4 o'clock, so we're gonna keep getting stuff in here. So yeah, this is a really great cave. Like, we're never gonna gather resources like this again, like any other time in the run. But that's partly because we can get them all right now, right here. Spider thread is another one that will be pretty useful to have in the shops. Snake skin is useful. Almost everything we get here is actually something we're going to use, which is cool. Alright, we've pretty much cleared this place out. Let's go follow up with this dude. He's like, ah, you got it. I'm glad you figured out what I meant by that evil pot. I'll come by your Oasis later. So, merchants do come by the Oasis, but they do not become residents. So unfortunately, we don't get to look forward to that. But, you know what? Needed to do it for the main quest, and we didn't have anything better to do anyway, so why not? Make it home. It's almost bedtime. That was pretty good. He got back really fast. Not sure how he did that, but okay. He says, buy lots of stuff from me. We're probably not gonna ever buy anything from him, but that's okay. Alright, I'm so excited to go to bed. Okay, that was actually... Usually, I have like... I don't know, half an hour to stand there and stare at my bed. And I joke about how excited I am to go to bed, but that time actually I timed it really well, so... It was 6 o'clock when we got to bed. That's fine. Okay, so let's go to the garden. Because I think that our peppers are gonna be ready. Oh, look at those extremely healthy looking peppers. I think I missed one. Yep. Give me all of them, please. Alright, let's go find Roto. Nice, he was pretty close. Alright, that's all he wanted. I finally proved my worth to Roto, legendary hero, descendant of Erdrick. he is going to become resident number 7. Very nice. Alright, he's got a rumor for me. We are definitely going to grab that one. There's a man in a tunnel. Sounds good. Might be Taloon. Might be somebody else. Alright, looks like the Oasis is ready to level up. Why don't we go level up? We're not always going to level the Oasis up immediately whenever it's ready, but here at the beginning, it's kind of important to do it every time once it's ready, because it allows you to move on in the main quest. So we got Oasis level 4. Everything sure is looking very nice in the Oasis. Oh. Uh-oh, what's happening? Sky turns purple. It's not good. This is exactly what happened. You know when to you know who. Alright, looks like we've got some chaos plants. Thinking about how our brother cleared that big plant out with the green gale. Fortunately, all these plants are very small, so I think we can handle them. So the placement of the chaos plants is actually random. I never know exactly where they're going to be. I know where they can be, but they're always a little different every time. Fortunately, at this point, the Oasis is still pretty small. I do have to clear the chaos plants out of the Oasis one more time during the run, and it takes quite a bit longer the next time. This time it's pretty quick. I'm gonna run along the back here so I don't miss any. Main road's back to normal, just one more area. Front plaza. Alright, one in the back there. You can see Shakura wanted to talk to me there, but he was just going to be like, oh man, you should really get rid of these. So we went ahead and did that. Now we can talk to him, which is why I wanted to finish over here. Alright. He's like, man, this place is creepy right now. We don't love these creepy chaos plants. I wonder what we can do about it. And then Roto comes in. What's up, Roto? He says, we should ask Batsu. He's this ancient guardian in the Ostraka ruins. I bet he can help us out. And then Shakura was like, ooh, I know how to be helpful. So everyone kind of pitches in to building this booth. And Shakura is going to help us change our equipment and be able to put a party together. I do some specific movement there because I don't want to get stuck in a weird text loop thing. Alright, so now we can actually create a party with multiple party members. We're going to put Moira and Roto in the party. I'm going to activate this warp pad finally. That's a good idea. Why don't we take a save? Haven't saved the game yet, might be a good idea. And let's go warp to the Pottery Cave, aka Ostraka Ruins. So this is the first big dungeon of the run. This is where we really get the kind of the Zelda feel, Zelda influence. Oh, get on your rock, Roto. Alright, apparently that's close enough. Sure, let's say that meant everyone was standing on those. That seems close enough. Alright, so we get introduced to these bigger dungeons. So, a lot of puzzles, we're going to have a bunch of fights. And this is where you really start to use the specific skills of your different characters. And you learn very quickly that, indeed, you cannot do anything on your own. Alright. So Moira can do some nice things with her spear, including move chunks of broken pottery around. Nice. Nice little ramp to pellet up. Looking good. Alright, teamwork gets us through the front door. Looks good. Alright, so we're gonna whirl a couple of these big sand piles here. We're gonna uncover some big snakes. Yeah, good enough. It was pretty quick, even though it didn't look great. Alright, so there is a little puzzle here. In order to actually make this work, we've got to blow this rock up. I'm kind of trying to position we're in a specific place here. Nice. That's right where I wanted her. I wanted her to not be in the sand, but be on the way back to this. So that was very good. Gets up here, we can hit the button and continue on our way. Favorite puzzles, yeah. Moira and Roto are a really fun combo. The spear weapon and the bolo weapon, which is Roto's weapon that we'll get to show off in a minute here, are two of the most fun ones to use in the game. Alright, so the game's trying to introduce us to the idea of sand monsters here. We're not going to fight this guy, but sand monsters are like really hard versions of normal monsters. They have the same kinds of attacks as normal monsters, but they have increased defense and increased health. They're just all around a lot stronger. You can reduce their defense a little bit by hitting them with a whirlwind. They're also able to regenerate back to full health if they find some sand, so you gotta watch out for that. Alright, so this is Roto's weapon, it's the bolo, and it actually is interesting because it uses magic damage. Nice, that was a really good fight. So it's a little tricky to use. It's pretty nice if you can use it on a hill like that, because then it doesn't swing in a full circle. And you can get a bunch of hits in really quickly. So that was pretty much ideal. But another weapon that has kind of some monsters that are weak to it. And this place in particular, the boss of the dungeon, is weak to that, so that's how we're going to fight it. Alright, we also got our first key. So we got the red key. Opens the red door. Makes sense. This game has a lot of keys. Almost as many as Dragon Quest II. Not quite. Alright. There's a person off to the right there, but we're going to ignore them for now. I want to make sure that everyone gets around and doesn't get stuck on the other side of that wall. Another one of these. Move the pottery. Pellet through the wall. Make sure to remember to hit the button. Our friends are going to come through the door. That's not what the button does. The button is going to raise the sand. Alright, here we really get to see some of the power of Roto's weapon, as long as I can line this up right. Very nice. Alright, one of them is gone. Cool, nice fight. So it's pretty cool when you can kind of get a bunch of combo hits like that. Alright, one last big puzzle for this dungeon. So we're going to reveal the flower. Move a little bit of pottery here. That one we're just going to break. Alright, and a bunch of sand on this vine, so why don't we get rid of that? Looks like we've got all the pieces. Let's put it all together. Roto pellets through the wall. And we touch this kind of magical vine plant. So whenever we can hit one of those in a dungeon, we're going to make stuff happen. In this case, we're going to raise up that big old jug, and we're going to stop this sand river, which is actually preventing us from moving on to the end of the dungeon. All good there. Alright, so you saw there was a fancy treasure chest over here. So that's the treasure chest that contains the mysterious key. It's not the big key, because this isn't Zelda, but it's the mysterious key. And it opens the door to the final boss, essentially. But we're going to have to fight some snakes before we can get that. Alright, 2 down, 2 to go, including one big one. Okay, we're gonna fight this little one first, it's easier. So these guys can actually do quite a bit of damage. But we're able to play that fairly defensively, so no problems here. Looks like we've earned our mysterious key. Alright, so quickest way back is to lower the sand again and head back toward that room that we were in earlier, where I mentioned there was a guy over here we didn't talk to. This time we're gonna actually go over there. Alright, so this is some mysterious person. It's to have some ominous music. Got some pretty cool horns. Not as cool as my horns, but pretty cool. He's like, you should stop doing what you're doing. You can call me Shoot. I'm just like, I will say that every time something goes wrong. Alright. Nice warp pad. Why don't we do a little safety save? Alright, so we are gonna go into Batsu's chamber here. So this is Batsu. This is the guy that Roto was coming to find. Give us some advice about maybe what we can do about the chaos in the Oasis. And he's like, why are you guys breaking into our ruins? You want my knowledge? You kidding me? Anyway, seems like he wants to fight. So we're gonna have to fight. So definitely some RNG in how quickly this fight goes. Trying to line this up so I can get some nice hits. I can get hit like twice, but I don't want to get hit too many more times than that. Nice. Big round, not bad. Okay. Alright, a lot of lasers, guy. Alright, so he's going up. I can hit him with my weak attack when he's up high like that, but he's coming down pretty early, that's good. Alright, so we use the sand to make it so I can access his weak point again. Ooh, got too close to the pot, that was on me. That's on. Alright. Not too bad. It's not too bad, because Roto never died. There's a lot of attacks that you can't really avoid there. Roto is just kind of too slow to avoid all of them. And if he starts shooting lasers when you are in the middle of throwing the bolo, there's only so much you can do. But it looks like we got through. So Batsu kind of comes to his senses. He recognizes Roto. And he's like, oh, you are going to want to use this lumite. It's over in the back room. Go check it out. It's pretty convenient. So we're going to go do that. Alright, so there's a guardian of the lumite speaking into our head. We don't really know who that is, but sure. Saying, show the power of the wind so you can unlock this. Alright, and we have acquired the blue lumite. Looking pretty good. So we get a little bit of lore here. With the blue lumite, light should come back to the Oasis. But I want to warn you of its qualities. Lumite reflects a person's heart. To keep the crystal filled with light, you must in turn hold light within your heart. So that's important, which is why I didn't mash through it. That's for the people who want the lore. I know you're out there. I know some of you want the lore. We are currently 45 seconds ahead of world record, so we can afford to have some lore. Alright, we get some levels, that's nice. Alright, Shakuro is like, yo. Because he says yo a lot. You should go show that to Esna. Nice. Shoutouts to lore. Alright, so we're going to show Esna the blue lumite. And she's going to show us some anime. It's not quite anime, but it's going to feel anime. You ever get a cool rock and then all of a sudden you get way cooler because it reflects the light in your heart? Alright, so Esna is able to use the blue lumite to clear all of the chaos from the desert. Stars come out. Looks pretty nice. Well done, Esna. Alright, so every time we bring a lumite home, we get some bonus. So our green gale is now level 2. We got a bigger whirlwind attack than we've gotten. Oh, that'll come in handy. Probably for solving puzzles, if I had to guess, but alright. Alright, so we're going to start to kind of get into the rhythm of the game here. So, it's sort of going to go back and forth between working on the Oasis, bringing residents in, and kind of hitting some story triggers, and then doing a big dungeon like that. So we haven't spent a whole lot of time in the Oasis for a little while. I think it's time to really take care of this place and explore some overworld. But mostly, I think we just need to meet some people. Meet some people. Let's bring them back home. Teddy and Esna and the hero. Canonical name is Teddy. It's having a nice chat under the moon over there. It's nice. All right, a new day arrives. 6 a.m. and we get Jasper showing up here. So Jasper shows up now because he's gonna have a request for us that we could not have fulfilled before, because it's in the next area, which we were not able to access before, but now we can. Alright, I'm gonna collect some money from my shops here. And we're gonna go ahead and put the juice shop down. Put it right here. That looks like a nice spot. Newt's Enjoyer here. Very nice. Shout out to Newts. Anyone who likes Newts. We're also going to put some of these little boosters down. These are just going to help sales in the certain types of shops that they're next to. Alright, if you want to talk to you. Alright, he's like, I heard that maybe there's another lumite somewhere else. You should go talk to the Circas about it. So Circas are a kind of people we haven't really met yet. But we're gonna meet them. Alright, we're also gonna activate Jasper's quest here. Looks like a good one. One thing that happens when you activate certain quests is you will lose your last Aqua Gate. So I always want to be careful about not activating some quests when I actually care about where my Aqua Gate is. But right now, it's all good. So we're gonna head over here to the rubble tunnel. When I see a monster like this that has a useful material, I'm gonna kind of like sort of get into a fight with it, hoping that my my teammates will take it out. Maybe I'll get a free material. I didn't that time, but sometimes it'll work. Alright, let's go talk to this guy. This is Saeed. He's the tunnel dweller. Oh. It was Saeed all along. Alright, so he's gonna show up at the Oasis later. Sounds good. Alright, I just can't resist moving some pottery when I see it. It's hard to resist. Very nice. So that's just setting up for something I'm going to use in like, I don't know, 2 hours. We'll come back. Good time for a save. I mentioned a little while ago that there was a pretty strict timeline that we were on in order to make some things happen before some residents were going to show up in the Oasis. And we are once again on one of those. So, just want to make sure that we're all good here. Hi, Carlotta. She's going to ask me to do something with this. I'm just going to get way ahead of her and whirl the sand pile for her. Alright, so here we're going to get introduced to another seedling ability, kind of like Pellet. This one's going to be useful for getting around. So, she's going to temporarily join the party. Show us how it works. Alright. There you go. Paraflower. Touch the vine. And now everyone else can get over here too. So we're not quite done with this. We need Teddy to come over. So she's trying to make it so she can examine those hieroglyphs over there. But there's a big rock in the way. We know how to deal with big rocks though. No problem. Blow up. Got it. So when I have a temporary member in the party, like that, I'm not able to Aqua Gate home. So I've always got to be a little bit careful that I'm not going to miss one of my times to meet somebody in the Oasis while I've got a temporary party member. Alright, so she's like, yeah, I knew you were an Oasis chief. You think I don't know what's going on? I'll come by later when I'm not busy. To which I say, fair enough. Alright, so we've got two people who are going to come by the Oasis, quote-unquote, later. And I know that the next one is actually going to come by at about 10:15. So because it takes some time to do the Aquagate, time passes during the Aquagate animation, I'm actually just going to Aquagate home right now, because I do not want to miss them. Because one thing about this speedrun is the best way to lose time is to miss your appointments. Your appointments are really important. So it's better to stand still for 10 seconds than to lose 2 or 3 minutes because you missed your appointment. And that is how it goes. Alright, looks like we got some sprites in the fountain. That's cool. That one's gonna give me a lucky furball. Pretty cool. So the sprites in the fountain, when you whirlwind them, they'll give you a certain kind of random item like that. So we'll do that a few times in the run, just to see if I get anything useful. I can actually trade that in for 10 leaper furballs with a merchant, so that is actually a pretty useful one. Alright, so we've got Saeed showing up. It could be him or Carlotta. Either one can show up there, since they were both kind of queued up. But he's here. Carlotta's going to show up in 4 hours. So why don't we go take care of Jasper's side quest while we wait for that. This one can be a little tricky, but we're going to try to just play it safe. The first thing we're going to do to play it safe is to give that guy a wide distance, because I don't want him joining the fight. We've got to fight a couple guys over here. You know you're in the right place when you see the blue arrows. And hopefully I can fight them separately. Alright, he saw me, that's unfortunate. Roto has a special ability that if he is able to sneak up on a monster and get the first hit in, he'll actually stun them, which is cool. But it's not a big deal, we've got enough time. The biggest thing I don't want is for the other guy to join the fight at the same time. It's a lot to handle right now. But we're okay. Maybe we can sneak up on you, maybe? There we go. This is a really good spot to have him into, getting a bunch of hits in. Perfect. Easy peasy. Alright, we got Jasper's bag. So I need to be back in the Oasis in time to meet Carlotta later, but I'm going to take a sec to harvest some stuff. So I got a cactus leaf there. At a point a little bit later in the run, I'm going to need to have 10 of those. So anytime that I see one of these along the way that can give me that, I'm probably going to take it. 1:30 now, so let's head back. We do not want to miss our appointment. Got some experience. If I find Jasper here, I can talk to him and complete the quest. Looks like he is right here, that's nice. Just helps I don't have to track him down later. Alright, so Jasper is going to join as resident number 8. Cool. So we're waiting until about 2:15, and then we'll walk back over to the plaza, and we should see Carlotta show up. So nice when it all works like it's supposed to. This game is 3DS. This is a really late 3DS game. It came out in the summer of 2017. Alright, So we will talk to those guys in a little bit, but we've got a little bit more business to do out here first. So we're kind of in like the second big overworld area, and we're trying to progress the main story a little bit. And the main story right now is that we're trying to get to the Circa settlement, so it's through this door, and of course there's a giant rock in the middle of the way, so gonna need to figure out a way to deal with that after we fight this beetle. So there is a required for my route drop to get from beetles called the Beetle Chin, and there's 3 beetles I'm gonna fight kind of along the way that could drop it. That guy didn't. He didn't give me anything. So it's really nice if I just get it along the way. Otherwise, we're gonna have to spend some time farming for it. Alright, so Mariah's here, and she says, I'm here, I'm waiting for my friend Levi, but he was hungry. So he went to go get some fruit from some of those trees. Maybe you can go find him for me. So we're not going to find him, but we do have to check both of the trees on this overworld. So let's go check the trees. Oh wow, he must have been really hungry. He ate all these and then he just kept going. Still trying to get a few more cactus leaves, because we have a lot more to get. It's nice to see them every time that we're taking one of those plants down. It's not guaranteed, there's definitely some randomness involved in what materials you actually get when you harvest them. Alright, so he wasn't at either of these trees. Esna suggests maybe we should just go check back in with Mariah. Maybe he went back. That will turn out to have actually been the case. I'll check out a few more of these along the way. Alright, well, we've gotten a few. Could be better, but we're not in too bad a shape. We have plenty of opportunities to get more before we actually need them. It's just nice to get a whole bunch right here, because it's very along the way. Alright, we're going to avoid these guys, because they can do actually a ton of damage. This is an RPG, of course, and so the really dangerous monsters come out at night. And we're going to avoid them. Alright, so this is where we tell Mariah, yeah, we didn't find anybody. Oh, where's Levi? You couldn't find him? And then he shows up, looking like he ate some nice food. Alright, so Levi is a Circa. We met the Drauk earlier. They were kind of the tall lizard people who use spears. So these are Circa. They have one big eye, and they use hammers. Hammers are pretty useful, though, because you can use them to break rocks. Nice. They're also pretty high damage dealing when you fight monsters with them. Alright, this is the longest load in the game. Don't be concerned. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Alright. Why does it take so long? I don't know. It just does. Alright, so here we're going to fight the other 2 beetles. So I really want to see one of them drop a beetle chin here. Would be nice. It's not a huge deal if we don't get it, but it's just super nice if we do. Transparent wing is not what we're looking for. That's the common drop. Just 2 of those. Alright, so we are gonna have to farm for them. That's normal. I think it's like a 20% drop rate or something like that, so... No surprise. That's alright. So we've made it here to the Circus Settlement. Mariah comes in and she's like, "This is it? This place is not cool at all." And she's like, "Maybe I'll check out that Oasis, I don't know." And Levi's like, "I'm hungry, I'm gonna see you later." So, both of them are now queued up, and they will show up later. While we're here, we actually have some business to attend to. We're gonna talk to the Elder. He's like, "Yeah, there might be something in the Ocean Necropolis, but I'm not gonna let you in. Maybe I'll let you in if you hold a gourmet festival." And he gives me this gourmet card. Okay. So what we're gonna learn is, in order to throw the gourmet festival, we need to have a 3-sprite Oasis. So you saw how in our fountain there's just 1 sprite right now. In order to get a 3-sprite Oasis, we need to have 16 residents. So in order to move the main quest forward, we're going to need 16 residents in our Oasis. Looks like we got some work to do. Fortunately, we've already got most of them queued up. We gotta find a couple people over here, like Saeed. How's it going, dude? He wants 5 snakeskin. Fortunately, I've got 10. No problem. Alright, so he's gonna join as resident number 9. Looking good. He's also got a rumor for me. I do want to hear it. There's someone in the High Wave Rift. Sounds good. Alright, there's another person I'm looking for here. There she is. It's Carlotta. Carlotta's good. I blew up that big rock for her. That was pretty cool, she thought, so she's just gonna join. Alright, so we've already got 10 people. Getting 6 more, no problem. I'm also going to start to fill up my stamp card. So we put some stuff in the shop. We put the right number of things in the shop. We get a stamp on our card. We get 10 stamps on the card, we can throw the festival. So part of the reason we've actually been letting the shops be out of stock is so that I can restock them now once I've got a card. Okay, we're not going to get one here yet. That's normal. Nothing weird about that. But getting it half filled is good. That's as much as we want. Been a good long day. Let's get some sleep. Alright, so in the morning, Mariah is going to show up. Along with a whole bunch of newts. Now that the shops are stocked up, the newts, they can smell the goods. And they are here to spend. Spend, little penguin owls. Another reason to whirl the sand piles as they appear is that sometimes when I whirl them, I'll get a healing fruit, which will actually be kind of helpful. Just in case I need to do some healing on the fly, which that'll probably happen today. Alright, so Mariah is all good. She's just ready to join. She's like, this place is way cooler than that other place. And she's got a rumor from me, but it's just that Levi is going to show up, and I already know that, so... no big deal. Let's start following up on that other rumor we had about somebody in the Highway of Rift. So I'm not going to quite complete this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get it set up to do the battle, and then Levi is going to show up at 10 o'clock. And having him in this battle is going to make it go way faster, because he's a lot stronger than anyone else right now. So we're just going to get everything set up for that, and we're going to leave an Aquagate here, so that we can come back and do the fight much more efficiently with Levi. So we're just going to let this guy freak out for us. Snakes in the walls. Not great. I'm also going to whirl these sand piles. So you can see that these are sand snakes. I mentioned sand monsters earlier. And that they are pretty hard to fight. Some of the hardest fights in this entire game are actually against sand monsters. So we're not going to take them on quite yet, but we'll take them on in a minute, once we've got a strong fighter. While I'm waiting, let's whirl that guy. Looks like there's a sand pile over here. Get rid of that. Still got a little bit of time. I'm gonna go get some berries. Nope. Good enough. Alright, 10 o'clock. Alright, so our buddy Levi shows up now. And we're very glad that he did. So one thing about the speedrun is I am going to be really trying to recruit the strongest guest characters I can to help me do the next battles or get through the next dungeon. So in this case, like, the game expects you to get Levi right now. But later on, we're going to kind of be getting guests that maybe the game doesn't think you'll have quite yet for the dungeon, and that's going to make it a lot easier for us to get through some of these. Alright, so we do want to hear the rumor that Levi has. What's the rumor, buddy? Drought at the Sandfall. Nice. Cool. We'll check that out later. Alright, and we'll put him in our party immediately. Alright, we got a strong hammer user now. Let's go fight the snakes in the walls. Snakes in the walls. So when I was here earlier, I got rid of the sand piles that were in here, so that they can't find them and regenerate, which is a thing that the sand creatures like to do. Okay, it's a lot of time underground, buddy. Well, that didn't quite work. Come up. Wow, this guy is just really kind of hanging out. Anytime. Anytime. Wow, that's like the longest I've ever seen one just hang out underground. Came up eventually. Alright, we had Roto here so that we would be able to pellet through there. And we can talk to Sabite. He's afraid of snakes and heights, which was kind of not a good deal for him, but he'll make his way back to the Oasis. Alright, we're done with Pellet for a little while, so it's time to bring Mariah into the party. And we are gonna wait for Sabite to show up. So, went through a lot of things today pretty quickly. Looking pretty good, so we've got about a 30-second break here. We do want to wait for Sabite because I'm going to accept his quest and tie a bunch of things that come right after this together in a nice little efficient loop, which includes farming for that beetle shin that we didn't get earlier. So it goes. Sometimes it's nice to just hang out in the Oasis for a little while anyway, you know? Alright. He made it down out of the cave. Good for him. He's like, wow, there's not very many walls for snakes to hide in here. This place is pretty cool. It's hard to argue with that. Thank you, Questing for Glory. Alright, so he's actually got a quest for us to fulfill. We're going to go ahead and activate that. And like I mentioned earlier, I want to activate some quests when I don't care about losing my Aquagate, which was another reason I just wanted to wait for him. Because if I went ahead and started moving on the next thing, but then went to go find him, then I don't know exactly what the right time to activate the quest is. So, the routing just gets a little weird. It's better to just wait for 30 seconds. Not have a big deal out of it. Anyway, let's fight some beetles. This guy has 1 HP left. Literally 1. Nice. Alright, didn't get it from that one. That's all good. Transparent wing. And nothing. Okay. So there's these 4 beetles that are right next to the circus settlement. And they're the only ones that are actually, like, reasonable to fight right now. And unfortunately, we did not get the drop, so. Let's go ahead and reload that. Try it again. Yeah, there's a few drops like this in the run. The other ones are actually required for main quest. This one's just required to recruit somebody, but it is somebody who's really important to us. So hopefully it doesn't take too long to get it. Usually it's not more than a minute or two. Although it is a marathon, so maybe we'll see some special kind of luck that you don't see on a normal day, right? Oh, there it is. That was kind of a long time still, I will admit. I think the longest it's ever taken me is 2 resets, so we almost hit the record there. So if that guy didn't have it, we were going to reset again. But we got it. So I'm going to take that beetle chin, and while we're still by the settlement here, we're actually going to trade with this merchant. For 3 bitter pulp. And then while I'm here, let's get some fur balls. Nice, we got a whole bunch of those. That's pretty good. Let's get some snake skins. Oh yeah, alright, we're set for snake skin for the rest of the game. Got plenty of wings, that's going to be important later. We're also going to turn some of those elite peppers we grew into medium vulneries. Looks good. Alright, we've gotten our beetle chin, so we're good on that for a little while. So we're going to kind of keep advancing some resident gets, as well as moving toward where the final, well, the next dungeon is, which we'll be able to go to pretty soon. While I'm out here, I'm going to try to get some more cactus leaves. Still need a few more of those. I'm actually going to check to see how many more I need. We're at 6 right now, so I still need 4 more. I want to make sure I don't walk too far to the north there, because there's actually a sand river that I'll get caught in, which will take me the direction I don't want to go right now. Alright, so we're going to fight the sand viper. I'm going to start by whirling it so we can bring its defense down. Trying to blow it up with the bomb, but I missed. That's okay. Alright, so I was getting rid of all the sand piles there. That's the main objective, so it wouldn't be able to regenerate. But all good. Come back here. We've got Levi in the party, so no problem breaking that rock. And that lowered the door so we can activate this warp point. Cool. We will come back later. A little bit more business to do out in the desert. I'm going to take a slightly weird path to get here because I want to be able to harvest a few more cactus. We're kind of behind on cactus leaf right now. So, this is not my usual path, but it takes me by more of these. Hopefully we can turn it into a few more materials. And there's one more. Still just one more. Alright. Not a big deal. I'm trying to get them fairly early, just so we don't have to stress about it. We can also get them from the plants in this cave. Game doesn't really want to drop anybody. So, there's another point later on where we can harvest for some more. Looks like we'll have to. Usually I've got 10 by now, but we've only got 6 today. Marathon luck. Alright, number 7. Oh, that's a high quality leaf. That's not good. I don't want that. Alright, we've met the Drouk at the Sandfall. It's Alana. Hi, Alana. And that's everything we can do here. So Alana's gonna show up later. We got her queued up now. Not quite ready to go to bed yet. Because we did have that side quest we activated. Why don't we go work on that for a minute? Check out the desert at night. Don't get to see it quite as often as you see the daytime, so it's pretty cool. There's the floating island up there with the big obelisk, which is the Great Sage's realm. We'll be seeing that place around the 6-hour mark. For now, it's just looking cool off in the distance. Alright, so we're going down here to a cave called the Spiral Pit. This place is accessible at the very beginning of the game, but it's actually like a very late game dungeon, and we can't get into the kind of the back part of it right now. However, I can get right here, which is where I need to get to break that pot and get this string, which is what I needed for that side quest. So that's going to make Sabite happy. And that's pretty much everything we can do today. Let's go get some sleep. Alright, so in the morning, Alana, I think, is going to show up. Yep. A bunch of newts, which shows that we're still pretty stocked up in our shops. We're going to have to fill the other half of our stamp card pretty soon, but hopefully we're selling lots of stuff, so there's going to be some room to restock. Alright, so first thing, we're going to do something we haven't actually done for a little while, which is level up the Oasis. And I'm going to do this right now specifically because I need to make some more room on the main road. Because I want to put a couple more shops down there. And that's going to happen at Oasis level 6. And actually watch it expand here. Pretty cool. Usually I skip through those, but that one's kind of important. Okay, so I need to find Sabite so we can close out his quest. Here he is. He's got the giant green check mark over his head, which I appreciate. Makes it a lot easier to find people when they've got that. Yeah, there are a lot of great games that are stuck on the DS and 3DS for sure. This is a game that would be cool if it was more accessible. Alright, I do want to grab his runer. There's a Drouk on the cliff edge. Sounds good. Alright, so now that I've got him as a resident, I can actually put a couple more shops down. So I'm gonna put this over here. And oh, I need to grab some duodems first. Need money. Takes money to make money in this world. Alright, back to what I was doing. So we're going to put down the ball shop. And we're going to put down the scarf shop. And the scarf shop is actually Sabite's, which is why I needed to talk to him before I put these down. Yeah, DQ9 is a favorite of mine, which is still currently trapped on the portables. Hopefully one day, but you never know. Alright, let's go find Alana. She should be over here. And we're going to activate her quest. Alright. Let's go back to the Prover's Cave. We got a couple things to do before 10 a.m. This one is a little tight, and so I'm actually going to do a safety save here, just so I don't miss things. It's good to just do it every once in a while anyway, since this game has some places where it sometimes will crash on you, and obviously we don't want that. Oh, I don't want to go north way yet. Actually need to do one last thing in this cave. Since we've got Mariah in the party, we can now complete this room, which we weren't able to do earlier when we were here. So Mariah's got a wand equipped. And this is going to show us how sometimes having certain kinds of equipment is going to help us solve puzzles. In this case, we can use it to use the wand on certain kinds of crystals, and it'll make a room light. Alright, Levi, you don't have to get hit by all of them. I'm blaming Levi, but of course it's me. Alright, and we're gonna talk to Sakina over here. Cool. Don't forget about Sakina. So someone's going to show up at 10 a.m., so it's going to be really important for me to not miss that appointment. But while I'm waiting for that, I am going to spend time trying to get more cactus leaves. We're not having great luck with those today. There's another one. We'll make sure to send an Aquagate home at 9:30. That looks pretty good. I think that was actually cactus leaf number 10 right there, so I think we're good on those. That's good. Alright, so we're coming back just so we don't miss a resident real quick. Usually I'd be able to get a little further, but we had to do some extra cactus leaf harvesting. So it goes. Alright, 10 o'clock. Yeah, we either got 10 or 11 now. We're definitely good. I'm okay if we got 11, you know? No big deal. Alright. Hello, Sakina? So it was either going to be Sakina or it was going to be Adina. We haven't met Adina yet, but she's going to show up because we put the scarf shop and the ball shop down. Got one last thing to do here. We are going to finish that side quest that we started for Alana. And conveniently, this is also the entrance to the next big dungeon. So we're going to leave our Aquagate in here so that we can just come back here really quickly once we're ready. Alright, Jade Beetle. That's the thing we needed. And just so we're all set up to move on, you can see that there's a Circa kind of guarding this big rock and the entrance to this next place, so we can't actually go through until we've thrown the Gourmet Festival. These guys demand their feast. So we're just going to leave the Aquagate here. That's fine though, no big deal. And let's finish getting the Oasis up to a 3-sprite Oasis. So while we're waiting for 2 p.m., let's go ahead and close this out. I also need to go find Sakina, wherever they ended up. They're probably on the main road here, but I'm just gonna double check. Look at this list and it'll tell you. Oh, in the plaza. Alright. Alright, so I mentioned we need 16 residents in order to have a 3-sprite oasis. And Sakina is resident number 15. So we are pretty close. We need one more person, and we also need to fill up that stamp card. And that's what we gotta do. The next person is actually gonna show up at 2 p.m. So we're pretty set there. Let's go fill up the card. Hopefully we can get enough stamps now. Not completely guaranteed, because there is some RNG involved in how much actually gets bought from your shops. Probably not going to get one from the pinwheel shop. Nah, didn't expect it. It was worth a shot, though. Let's do... Wait, one... Because I partly refilled this earlier. There we go. Alright, looks like we're gonna have just enough. It's nice. Sometimes you gotta stand around waiting for something else to get bought. But not today. And the first card is the hardest one to fill up because you have more shops later on. Okay. So now we're kind of just hanging out till 2 p.m. Grab some money. Yeah, that's pretty much all there is to do. Looks like we get a break for a sec. But yeah, I also, so in addition to speedrunning this game, I also speedrun Dragon Quest games. That's actually mostly what I do, including Dragon Quest IX. And every time I am doing Dragon Quest IX, we always talk about how it's stuck on the DS, and it would be pretty cool if it was ported to a modern console. And that comes up a lot when I'm running this game as well. Alright, so Adina shows up. She is going to be our resident number 16. Nope, going the wrong way. Let's go over here and actually talk to her. Yeah, go chat with Esna, totally. The game would really like me to chat with Esna. Hi, Jasper. Alright, so Adina's happy because we got balls, and we got scarves. So this section here, where you're getting up to 16 residents and kind of moving the story along, is actually one of the hardest parts to... I do want her to route and kind of execute cleanly as a speedrun. So it's always a relief when I get through this part, to be honest. There's just a lot of things to kind of juggle in your mind at the same time as you're running through that. But we got through it pretty cleanly there. Alright, let's level up the Oasis. So when you bring the Oasis to level 7, Jamila automatically shows up. If I had missed a resident at some point, she would kind of be my backup for the speedrun, but fortunately we didn't have to use the backup, which is cool. Alright, as you can see, Oasis level 8 is a big one. There's actually two really big ones, which are Oasis level 8 and 16. And they really kind of transform a lot of the Oasis. So now we can fast travel around the Oasis. And we can also now host the Gourmet Festival. Let's do it. Love a good feast. Unfortunately, we're gonna kind of skip it because we can. You can see that Ruben's name is highlighted there amongst all of the visitors. Every time you throw a new kind of festival, there's somebody who's actually going to join you because of it. Or at least start showing up at your Oasis because of it. And Ruben is going to join us because of throwing the Gourmet Festival. Which is actually great because he's a really strong hammer user. Stronger than Levi is. And the next dungeon is kind of the hammer dungeon. We're going to run into a lot of monsters that are weak to hammer. So I'm glad to have him. The game, I don't know if they really expect you to get him to join you yet, because you do have to trade for... You have to go find that beetle chin, and you have to trade for the bitter pulp to get him to join you. But you know I was extremely on top of that. So we're ready. Alright, so Esna's like, cool, we threw the feast. We should go check out that Ocean Necropolis place now. See if we can find more lumite. We want to be prepared for chaos when it comes again. So yeah, the following morning, we see Ruben show up. My room got cooler. Love when that happens. And we can fast travel to different places in the Oasis, which is very nice. Alright, Jamila is admiring my 3 sprite fountain here. And Teddy is getting stuck for a second there. This game is kind of interesting about, like, almost threatening to get soft locked at certain places. It's like, I don't know. We might just keep trying to run here. It's a little scary to speedrun this game sometimes. Alright, so Jamila is a freebie. She just shows up. She is actually Shakuro's sister. They both came from the same Oasis that met a bad fate when they found their way here. And she's kind of like Shakuro in that she's not able to make a bloom booth of her own, but she's also going to find her own way to be useful. Ruben wants that bitter pulp. Like I said, I've already got it. I actually do have to activate his quest, even though I've already got everything for it. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Alright, and then before I leave here, I need to make sure I have at least 260 duodems. That's very important. Usually I check how many I have in the morning, but forgot to look. Not a big deal. Just need to make sure I look before I leave. Things... Oh yeah, we're loaded. 353. So it's time to go back over to the Circus Settlement, because this guy owes me. And as soon as we show up, what do you know? chaos returns. Alright, so using the blue lumite was not enough to keep the chaos from coming back. So we're definitely going to need some more. Time for this guy to let us in. He's like, yeah, that earthquake that came with the chaos actually kind of messed up what was going on in the ocean acropolis, so he actually really wants us to go in there now. Very important, I'm going to buy a wand from this guy. So we've now got permission to enter the ocean acropolis, so that guy that was guarding the door earlier is gone. And we'll be able to go in there. So, last time when Chaos kind of descended on the Oasis, we had to go and clear out all those Chaos plants. We actually don't have to do that this time. This time when Esna clears Chaos from the Oasis again, we'll kind of get a free clearing of the plants with it. It's going to be good. Alright, so I'm going to equip that wand, which means I won't need Mariah in the party anymore. I can light crystals up on my own. And so instead we're going to have Ruben and Carlotta in the party. And let's go back to where I left my Aqua Gate, in a very convenient location. Alright, so yeah, we've kind of got 3 things that we need to really get through here. And if you're playing casually, you probably don't really think to buy a wand and put it on your main character. You're probably switching in Mariah, and then when you need somebody with Paraflower, you go and you change out your party members. And that's like one thing that people don't love about this game, is how often you have to go back to the Oasis and change your party just to be able to kind of move forward in certain dungeons. And that's understandable. I felt that way a little bit playing it casually too. In the speedrun, we've got it planned out so it's a little bit more efficient, but we still have to do some party switching. Alright, so we're fighting another sand monster here. So just like I usually do, I'm going to take out these sand piles so that it can't regenerate. I already hit it with the whirlwind, so I've lowered its defense. And we'll use our strongest attacker, which is now Ruben, to take it out. Try not to get hit too much more. Oh, just going in the corner. Okay. Alright, so in addition to breaking big rocks, the hammer can also be used to break these big boards. And I'm going to take a pretty specific route where I kind of hug that and fall off to the left there, because I don't want Ruben to be able to follow me down here. I actually want him to still stay up where he was. Because if he follows me down, very nice, then he's gonna have to like go all the way around the room and climb back up, and it's like it takes like 15 or 20 seconds. So I'm happy for him to kind of just stay back and get stuck on the corners like that. Alright, and that was the dungeon before the dungeon. Welcome to the Ocean Necropolis. So this place is pretty cool. It also happens to be, speedrun-wise, probably the most actually dangerous place in the whole run. So, thanks to that rainbow protection, which we talked about at the beginning of the run, I've got 1 free revival. which is nice. But if I die twice, then twice before returning to the Oasis, then that's game over. And it's pretty easy to die twice in here. There's a lot of really strong monsters. So you actually get more free revives as the story goes on. We'll actually get our second free revival after this dungeon. So after this, the game actually does get considerably safer from like a are you gonna get a game over standpoint. So we're gonna take a couple extra saves as we go through here. I'm also just kind of gonna play it safe, do some extra healing, things like that. Just because there are some pretty strong monsters in here. So those big switches like that, you can only hit with hammers. So you can tell this is definitely a hammer-required dungeon. Alright, this room is actually where I kind of plan to use my free revive. We're gonna fight some bomb seeds in this room. And yeah, they can be pretty aggressive, and they do a ton of damage when they hit you. First I'm gonna try to avoid these things falling from the ceiling. They fall somewhat randomly. I'm also gonna hit this blue switch while I'm over here. I was hoping I could double up there, but it didn't quite work. So yeah, you can see they're kind of just charging at me, and it happens. So if we start dying here, then... Nope, not you. Then we'll just plan to use the free revive, like I said. Does not bother me. We're totally gonna use it. No one else can do as much damage as Ruben can in this fight. We'll do a little bit of damage with the hero here as we're waiting to get destroyed. Nice. Alright, let's finish this fight now. Don't want to take any more damage here, so let's avoid, please. Yeah, he's gonna blow himself up. That works just fine for me. Alright, so the nice thing now is everyone's pretty much full health. And like I said, that's kind of where I planned to use the one revive, because that's the most dangerous room in this whole dungeon. And if you try to play it super safe, then it can take a while to get through that too. And we are trying to go fast. Alright, so we've gotten 2 keys already. Got the green key pretty much immediately, and then we just got the blue key there. That's gonna get us in this room where we have a big ol' sand pit. And we get to fight the first living whip. So we're gonna fight a few monsters like this throughout the game. Just kinda lure it down. Hit it a couple times. Alright, I want to not go back underground, so I'm kind of trying to lure it into hitting the ground in there. There we go. Got the last hit in. That was nice. Cool. Every time you see a sand pit in this game, you go in the sand pit. That's the rule. You never have to think, should I go in that sand pit? The answer is always, just go in the sand pit. Alright. So, here we get introduced to generator monsters. They're pretty much, they're not in too many dungeons. There's a few of them in here. But those bonefish monsters aren't actually really going to die until the generator is gone. So we're going to take that out first, and now we can fight these guys. Just fight this guy now, because he's closer. Alright, you're charging. I see you charging. I see what you're doing. Alright, I actually want to use you here. Alright, so we whirl this in, we reveal a paraflower flower. So this is when it's handy to have Carlotta around. I'm gonna run forward. That's actually gonna make Ruben appear up here with me, which is nice. Because I'll gotta hammer something in a minute. Alright, time to get key number 3. So many keys in this dungeon. Red key. Feels like we must be making some progress. Alright, so I want to fall off over here by the door. Can't avoid the game showing me these sand piles. If I were to walk by those sand piles, we would see some monsters appear out of them. But I'm not going to do that. Let's just go out the door. Alright, so we've got what can be a little bit of a tricky fight if it goes badly. So I am going to heal up before this one, because I got no free revives left. What's tricky about this one is actually the party gets kind of separated in half. So Carlotta's over here, and then all the monsters appear. So we're going to have her go hide behind this rock. And then we're going to take Ruben, and he's going to fight this. Alright, so it keeps moving its location. It's actually going to appear over here where Carlotta is now. She can finish it off. And then we'll use this to make a bridge, so that everyone can be together again. Alright, nice. Always good when they double up like that. We gotta fight this guy over here. Cool, that went pretty well. There are certain battles in this game that are definitely very chaotic, so you plan them out as well as you can. That one went relatively well. Alright, so we've done some fighting, it's time to do some puzzles. So we're going to clear those boulders out of the way. And then we'll use the wand to make this room dark. Something that happens in this dungeon is, depending on whether the crystals are lit or not, these bones will arrange themselves in different ways. I actually want to keep it dark. Nope, fell off. It's too dark. Alright, so I actually want to lure this whip into falling over here where this bomb is going to blow up. Not sure if I timed that well. I think I messed it up. That's okay. We'll have it hit the next one. There we go. Doesn't work. That's okay. We'll just beat it the old-fashioned way. Most of the way gone now. At least it's not going and hiding underground, which is the really big time loss. Alright, we see a pit, we go in the pit. Alright, we have one more pretty dangerous battle coming up in this next room, so this is a good time for safety save. There's a very conveniently placed warp pad here where you can do that. the one time I game overed in a speedrun was in this room. So I've learned my lesson for the marathon. We've got these bonefish here, and they will charge like from all the way across the room. Sometimes you don't see them coming. That yellow one is extremely powerful too, so you get hit by that a couple times and you're done. Doesn't take too much. So I'm kind of specifically activating these bombs as I'm walking by them, hoping that maybe it'll do some damage on a fish while I'm focused on the generator. Alright, where are the fish? Use this guy. And this guy. He's gotten some damage taken off. It might have been a bomb. I think it must have been at least one. That's good. So it's not great when they're out in the sand, because they can't do combo attacks when they're in the sand. So I'm actually just going to wait for him to come back. Oh, that works. See that Carlotta got knocked down, but whenever you go into a new room, anyone who got knocked out is going to get right back up again with half health. Alright, so it's going to show us around this room. We see the red chest that's got the mysterious key in it. We know what that means. And this is kind of like a multi-room puzzle. There's a lot of things we have to do to make this one work. But we cannot go directly to the chest. We gotta go around. So we're just gonna follow this big old snake skeleton all the way back here. Some kind of giant creature. And you can see that this is where the purple door is, that actually is where the final boss of the dungeon is. I'm not actually ready to go through there yet because we need the key, but we can activate this warp point to make it much easier to get back later. And the thing we actually need to do is hit this switch with a hammer. Something has moved in the next room. So the thing that moved is we've got some stairs that are going to let us access this crystal now. And before we can do the rest of what we have to do in this room, we're actually going to have to fight some stuff. So I'm going to sort of start preparing the fight by taking that boulder out. And then you come over to hit the vine, but no, I have to fight some guys first. That is alright. So I kind of lowered the rock of this guy first because he's the powerful one. So I want to take him out first. Nice. A couple of very well placed bombs there has made the fight go pretty well. Should be able to finish him off with the hammer. Very nice. See, it gets pretty tough when that guy's shooting needles at you from across the room. Alright, very nice. That's one of the harder types of monsters, just because they all do so much damage. They have a ranged attack, and there's a bunch of times when you can't even damage them. So it can be kind of a pain to deal with sometimes. Being able to hit that more powerful one with 2 bombs right off the bat definitely made that fight a lot easier. It's sometimes tricky to time that out. Alright, so make it dark so we can actually get to this door. And, who's this guy? It's a Circa who's got some weird energy. some weird energy, buddy. You're also standing really close to the edge. Might not be safe. Ah, jeez. It'll probably be okay. We got beetles to fight. So these guys are always going to kind of start the fight by charging. Oh, okay, that was kind of weird. Not usually like that. Nice move. Alright, this guy's going that way. Alright, so I take both of them out, and Mama Beetle is gonna appear here. She is blue. Let her charge forward, and then see if we can get her to kind of fall on her face. Nice. Yeah. So there are certain types of attacks that your teammates are really bad at dodging, and charge attacks like that are like the worst. It's really hard for the non-controlled characters to get out of the way of charged attacks. So it's really pretty common for everyone but Ruben to be dead at the end of that fight, or any fight that's got a monster that has that kind of attack. Alright, so I'm gonna try to get a really small skip here. So I'm going to do some really kind of precise movement. We're going to bring Ruben onto this, hit the switch, and then I want Carlotta to stay up here. She's not really listening. She's safe right now, but I'm going to just really carefully try to walk. Okay, she got a little close to the edge there, but she's still up here. That's good. And then I'm going to not run, just very carefully sort of go over here. Nice. So since she's still up here, I can avoid hitting a switch and doing a bunch of climbing and stuff. Just run straight across. Open the chest. Or the mysterious key. Alright, so before we actually finish the dungeon out, we are going to pop back by the Oasis. It's faster to do it this way, because we actually activated that warp pad at the end of the dungeon. Yeah, that skip is always kind of satisfying to get. It only saves like 20 seconds, but maybe saved like 10 that time because I was making sure I had the setup right. That's alright. It's always nice to show it off too. Alright, while I was gone, the residents of the Oasis put up these giant stone pillars. It's very impressive. Well done, everybody. Cool. So it's time for the final boss of this dungeon, Scrimpian. So to activate this fight, I kind of just run toward the middle of the room. Don't want to go too far to either side or else you'll miss it. Oh hey, it's that guy. And he's like, you're standing in kind of a bad place. Alright, let's do it. One, two, three rolls. That makes it safe. I'm gonna kind of lure him into attacking. Roll out of the way. Hit him from behind. Alright, one, two, three rolls. Very good. Alright, he's going underground. We switch over to somebody else. They lure him out. Thank you for your sacrifice, Carlotta. So he's gonna do this attack. Yeah. You got me. Fortunately, being poisoned is not a big deal. 1, 2, 3 rolls. That was really close. So he's doing this one again. Let's get out of here. Gonna use another heal. Use Teddy to kind of lure him out of the ground immediately there. Thanks for taking the hit, Teddy. I appreciate it. Alright, 1, 2, 3 rolls. Looking good. A little bit harder to get through this fight now that both my characters are down for the count, but it happens. Alright, he's gonna charge forward and leave his bum exposed. Love it. 1, 2, 3. Nice, we've almost got him. I'm gonna try to kind of lure him away from that wall, because he can be kind of hard to hit when he's all the way over there. Alright, I'm gonna wait for the second one to come out. Didn't quite work. That's okay. Okay, he's gonna charge forward, and that's probably gonna be good enough. Nice. That works. Scrimpion's a boss I had a lot of trouble with when I was first learning to run. But he's definitely one of those ones that you just really need to get to know his movement patterns and all of his kind of tells when he's about to do an attack. And then he's not so bad. Alright, so this guy comes down. He seems weirdly pleased with himself, and he's gonna run off. So, sure. Sounds good. Meanwhile, I think we've got a lumite to gather. Alright, another guardian of this land. Tells us a little bit about how the animals have been corrupted by chaos. That's what happened to the scorpion, who became Scrimpion. But we're gonna restore, hopefully, the desert back to its natural state here. We've got green lumite. That's gonna help us bring the Oasis back to how we want it. Warp pad looks nice, let's take it. Alright. We get some levels, it's good. I didn't mention it, but another reason to take Reuben instead of Levi into that dungeon is because as we're talking to all those circas that like got knocked down and stuff, they all gonna recognize Levi, and there's a bunch of extra dialogue and stuff too. So we are avoiding some dialogue by not taking the expected guest characters through some of these dungeons. The same thing is gonna happen with Saul in the next dungeon. Meanwhile, Esna gets to look awesome again. And we clear all the chaos plants out again. Open the sky up. Looks like a nice sunrise. Possibly a sunset, I'm not sure. Wasn't really paying attention to what time of day it was there. Alright, so now we can revive twice. Game is definitely safer. The Oasis being under Chaos also impacts my Rainbow Protection, so I didn't have as much bonus HP there as well, which is another reason why that dungeon was extra dangerous. It all kind of just lines up to make Ocean Necropolis the actual most dangerous dungeon in this whole game. Alright, one more chat under the moonlight, why not? Esna's learning all about our hero's brother, how much we looked up to him. And we're also thinking about where Chaos came from, what we can do about it. It's kind of stressing Esna out a little bit. Alright, that was a nice dungeon. Actually did that dungeon a little bit faster than my PB, and it was really good. Alright, so in the morning, it's time to do some Oasis things again. We get Nubit showing up. Waking up in my cool room, feels good. Alright, let's go, you definitely got some money after throwing that Gourmet Festival. Let's go collect some of that, because I got a couple more shops to put down. We're gonna put down the Sash shop and the Balloon shop. I'll just put those over here. I know, so many newts. My newt hotel is gonna be full. And balloon shop. We don't really see the newt hotel in the speedrun, but it's there. Alright, Oasis is feeling pretty good right now. So Moira's gonna stop us to tell us about these cool hieroglyph labyrinths. Which is not a phrase I'm gonna try to repeat. Those are basically bonus dungeons. We are not going to have much to do with those today. Instead, we are actually going to follow up on a rumor we got earlier. And return once again to the Kidung Caves. Just can't stay away. We're pretty good on leopard furballs, so I don't really need to go out of my way to get more, but I wouldn't say no if we got one. Just from running by these guys right now. This way first. I always kind of forget about this room. Just start picturing the next one. Alright, and I'm kind of trying to go fast here. There's a lot of stuff I want to get done before 10:15 today. You know how it is. You're like, oh boy, I've got to meet somebody at 10:15. I've got so much stuff to get done before then. That's how I'm feeling right now. Come over here, we're gonna talk to Ida. She's like, oh, an Oasis, cool. And then the other thing I want to do is, you might remember way earlier when we were over here, we walked by a warp pad that had a big boulder on top of it that I couldn't actually activate. We're gonna go and activate that now that we've got a guy with a hammer. Because I am gonna have to come back here again. I want it to be easy. Alright, looks good. So, just need to make sure I was back at the Oasis before 10, because Ida is going to show up. Not quite at 10, she's going to show up about 10:15. Because, you know, reasons. So we'll just give her a minute. Alright, so far, everyone has showed up right on time, which is great. Now, the clock only shows 10-minute increments, but it is counting down in the background. So that's another fun thing for sure. So I just sort of let 10:10 pass and then wait a couple more seconds. I call that 10:15. Alright, so Shakuro here is telling us that somebody is hanging out, some mysterious person is hanging out by the spring at midnight. So we are going to, for the next main quest thing, actually have to meet somebody at the spring at midnight. And midnight's a long way away, so we are going to get a whole bunch of stuff done. Like, we're going to do pretty much everything we can possibly do. And it's still not quite going to be enough stuff. But we're going to do our best. I'm also going to bring Roto back into the party. What's up, Roto? How you doing? There is a lot of stuff for us to get done, though, before midnight, so go ahead and do it. You might remember a while ago we set up this whole thing with Moira. She flipped over some pottery for us. Well, it's finally time to run a pellet through here. The reason we didn't do this earlier is because we actually didn't have the rumor about the person who's over here. So I could have come over here, but there wouldn't have been anything here. But now we've got it. So we will actually be able to meet the person who's over here. I've got to get through a quick, very easy battle first. Gotta take out 4 of these guys. Since I'm here, I'm also going to smash these pots. We're in that one cave that had all the good resources. So since these are right here, I'm definitely going to take them. Alright, and Hosni's over here. So they're going to show up later. They're going to show up at about 2:15 actually. 4 hours after the last person. So that's still a little ways away. We can go and make some progress toward the next place. We won't quite get to the next place. We're going to have to pop back by the Oasis, but may as well keep moving forward. So we head back over toward kind of what was the second overworld area here. Bahar Hill. And this time we're gonna go back into the Sandfall channel. Before there was like a chaos colored gate that was preventing us from going all the way through here. That is no longer here. 110. Just watching the clock. Don't want to miss my appointment. 1:30. That seems good. So yeah, we can make it all the way through that cave now, which actually takes us into the next area. Wait till the clock says 2:15, 2:20, and we'll catch the next person. Alright. Esna made it back pretty quickly, actually. Not bad. Okay, don't actually have to talk to anyone right now. Let's keep moving along our way. No one else is going to show up today, so I don't have to worry about the clock anymore for a while. Time to just finish the rest of our business that needs to get done before midnight. So one of the things that needed to get done was... avoid that guy. We needed to gather those 10 cactus leaves. So if I didn't have those yet, we would be making sure we got those now. Fortunately, that's done. There are a few more resources we need to get. There's another seedling we need to meet. And one story item that we have to get. So we're going to still do all of that stuff right now. We're also going to go ahead and activate this warp point right here. This is basically the one that's closest to the next big overworld area, so we're definitely going to use that several times. Good time for a safety save, why not? Alright, so almost every time we enter a new overworld area, we need some new resources that people are going to want for us to complete quests or get them to join as residents. Over here we are looking specifically for 3 fresh bark and 3 dried cactus. So those are both things that we get from harvesting the plants around here. We've already got 2 out of 3 fresh bark and 1 dried cactus, so that's a good start. Halfway there. So hopefully I can just get the other one sort of on my way here. But I've got backups if we don't get lucky with the drops, which definitely happens. It's pretty random, so it could be that I just don't get any more dried cactus, or... But it's looking pretty good so far. Good on fresh bark now. Just need 1 more dried cactus. And it looks like we got it, so we're all good. Nice and easy today. I mean, the beetle shin wasn't easy, but that was easy. Alright. So, we're going to talk to Isaac here. Isaac is actually going to show us the next seedling ability. So we've seen Pellet, we've seen Paraflower, and he's here to demonstrate Leaf Wall. So we'll send Ruben home. Important that we have Roto here, because Leaf Wall is best used in combination with Pellet. He's like, oh, let's check out that flower. So it's exactly what it sounds like. He makes a wall that looks like a leaf. It's useful for a few things, but one of those things is you can redirect your pellet. We're gonna be so good at solving puzzles with that, just you wait. Alright, so we picked up the Kalari cactus there too. That's the thing that we need as a story item in a minute. Once we get to midnight. Alright, and Isaac will visit. It's actually extremely important that Isaac visits as soon as possible, because I will not be able to advance the quest, the main quest, without him. And you can see that I left my aqua gate kind of right in front of that door that had the spider web in front of it. It's because that's where I'm going to want to go as soon as I'm leaving again. Okay. So we're back home. I want to talk to a couple people while we're waiting for midnight. Both Nubit and Hosni showed up today. Nubit wanted some dried cactus. Fortunately, I picked up some. We're all good there. So Nubit is going to join as resident number 20. Alright, one more seedling to find over here. Where is Hosni hanging out? Not this way. There she is. She's like, whoa, you got sashes? That's great. But also, like, 3 fish bones. Fortunately, I've got 6, because I have definitely fought some fish. That's one of those quests we do have to activate. And she's happy to join as resident number 21. Cool. I'm gonna go get some berries from the garden. We'll also get rid of these sand piles while we're over here. We are waiting till midnight now, so there's not too much for me to do. It's pretty much a part in the run where always just have a nice little 2-minute break. Yep, no sand piles over here, so we are just going to hang out with the glittering spring, because the Oasis is indeed ready to level up. And wait for midnight. We're just vibing. That's right. One thing I really love about this speedrun is it definitely has like parts where you're like you're really crunched for time, you're trying to get a lot of stuff done. And then sometimes you just kind of get to just relax for a minute. You have to relinquish control. Yeah, it would be nice if there was some cute idle animations. It's probably one of those things they would have liked to have done and never got around to. There are a lot of things that do happen just sort of around. Like when 2 of the residents run into each other, they'll greet each other, which is cute. Could have gone around me, Alana, but it's fine. It's fine. Midnight does indeed mean midnight. Alright. So, as a reminder, someone was like hanging out by the spring in the middle of the night. It was kind of weird. Some mysterious figure. Oh, it's this guy. He's like, please don't think ill of me. I'm doing this for the greater good. We run over to him and he's like, oh, gotta get out of here. And we get the sneak music. It's time to sneak. Alright, so he can appear in one of two places here, either on the far end of the road or the near end. Looks like he's on the near end, which is good. I'm going to walk very carefully. Oh, he's on the far end. Just kidding. We're gonna run, and then we're gonna walk carefully. Okay. So, this is using the 3DS joystick. There's no walk button. It's just trying to not push the joystick a little bit too far. So, the sneak sequence is it's way harder than it has any right to be. But fortunately, I didn't mess it up today. If you go a little bit too fast, then he'll run off to a different part of the Oasis and you have to track him. It's not like the end of the world. Anyway, we learned that he was just trying to bring some water back to the Lagora settlement. Because they don't have any water. So we say, oh, why don't we make them some nice nectar? Evia, who has the juice shop, can probably help us with that. Let's find out where she is. She's hanging out here on the main road somewhere. Let's go find her. Not over here. There she is. Alright, she's like, I can help you out. I need the following ingredients. 10 cactus leaves, 3 pieces of fresh bark, and 1 Kalari cactus. Alright, fortunately we got them all. How lucky. And then she's like, come back tomorrow. Sounds good. We're definitely going to save before we go to sleep tonight, because it's very important to me that Isaac shows up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. And once he didn't. So now for the rest of my life, I'm going to be worried about Isaac not showing up at 6 a.m. But it's okay. He knows that this is a marathon and people are relying on him. So he's gonna show up right on time. No problems here. Hello, Isaac. Hey, Caro. Yeah, this skin is so cute. Alright. Evie has been hard at work all night making the nectar. So let's go check that out. This is pretty cute. I really like Evie a lot. Pretty much perfect. Not to toot my own horn or anything. Toot. I wish I could have the confidence, project the kind of self-confidence that Evie does. Okay. Let's go talk to Isaac. Oop, not you, Ruben. I mean, hi. Nice to see you. Yeah, I'd love to see a sequel to this game. It's definitely one of my favorites. Alright, so Isaac joins as resident number 22. We are going to immediately put him in the party. And, yeah. Let's go back to where we left that aqua gate. Alright, so we had that spider web that was blocking this door. That is... looks like it's been cut, so we can go through the door now. Very nice. And we see Saul here. So... we're like, hey, we're not mad at you. We actually brought you some nectar. And he's like, cool, but you need somebody who has leaf wall for us to get back to the Lagora settlement, which is why we need to have Isaac. He literally won't join me if I don't have Isaac, and then I can't cut through that. But we've got Isaac now. So we can use leaf wall to block the boulders, so we won't get crushed by the boulders. We're not gonna do that, but we could. Okay, and then very important here is I want to use my wand to make this cactus fig. It's really important that I do that so that we can just jump straight across. If I don't do that and we fall down to the bottom, we have to do an extra super awkward fight, and we lose like 3 minutes on the run. So it's good to just take it slow, make sure you line everything out there, and safely get across. So here we are, we're in the Lagora settlement. Saul's gonna take off, and we're going to bring the nectar to the Elder. Alright, he's going to give us the novelty card, which means we can start saving up stamps for the novelty festival. Not actually required for the story, but it is going to give us a really good character. So we are going to work on getting that soon. And then he's also like, yeah, if you want to get another lumite, you should go check out the Forgotten Forest, but you can't get in there unless you have a seal stone. I used to have one, but I sold it to a merchant. Maybe you should go talk to some merchants. So, I know that I actually need to go talk to the merchant in the circus settlement first. And he's like, yeah, I've got one of those. If you bring me a 5 sprite wheat, then I'll give it to you. So I'm like, okay, alright. So, you need the seal stone, or the stone seal to get it into the thing, and to get that, and this. So now I'm trying to find that. We're gonna go back to the Lagora settlement. Oh, I know, it'd be so cool if you could go visit the lamp. It's looking pretty cool in the background there. Alright, so we come back here. We're gonna talk to this merchant now. And we're like, hey, do you have any 5 sprite wheat? And he's like, yeah, but, all my stuff got stolen by these flying squirrel bats. And we're like, okay. Got caught into a little bit of a conversation loop there. That happens in this game. And then, once it's 10 a.m., which it now is, we can go back to the Oasis. And Saul shows up. He's like, I feel kind of guilty. I've got to see Questing for Glory soon. Questing for Glory is excellent for relieving all of your guilt that you may have that you're carrying around. Just let it go. Enjoy some extremely high quality RPG speedruns. Saul joins us as resident number 23. Looking good. Whirl this sand pile. Get out of here. Not my Oasis. Alright, let's get Saul in our party immediately. And, yeah, let's also work on the stamp card. Let's get ready for the Novelty Festival.
No.
So yeah, like I said, it's a little bit easier to fill up the cards from now on because we've got more shops. I am working on this one a little bit early. In case I can't fill this up immediately now, I'll have time to get it later before I actually need to throw the festival. Usually I can fill it up right now, but like I said earlier, there's definitely some RNG as to how depleted your shops are and how much you can refill them. Those newts, just very fickle. Can't rely on them. I don't think I'm getting another one from you. No. And you were, how close were you? Just doing one at a time here, because I don't want to overdo it. Trying to make it easy on myself the next time I have to do this. Alright. No problems filling the card up here, though, which is cool. Always nice to have that early. Alright, we do have some stuff we want to get done before 2 p.m. Let's go get it done. We've got Saul in the party, which means we can actually access a new area. And we need one more party member, actually, to advance the main story. We've also got to go get that thing the merchant wanted, so it's all going to kind of happen together. Yeah, this game has a whole lot going on all at once, which makes for a really interesting speedrun for sure. But it's part of what was really fun about learning it and working on the route. I haven't talked about the history of this one too much. It's actually maybe a good time to do it while I'm working on this. So this game came out in 2017, and obviously this isn't like an easy kind of speedrun that people would really jump on. It's pretty long, it's very complicated. So there's only one other person who's done it that I know of, and it's a Japanese runner named Shodai. And as far as I know, he really established kind of the main route that I'm following here. I've iterated on it, I've made some improvements, but he really kind of put the base down. And he was kind of the only person who'd done any of it, and I wanted to learn it, I wanted to work on it. So I kind of did some routing on my own, and then after I'd done a run that was pretty rough, I went ahead and studied his, and figured out how to really apply it to the English version. There's only one real significant difference between the Japanese version and the English version. We'll actually see that pretty soon. Awkward. Yeah. Can't leave when I've got a temporary member here. So I might be missing Issa here. Not a huge deal if I do, but getting stunned by that bat actually threw me off a little bit. So I don't think we're going to be back in time for 2 p.m. unfortunately. Yep, there it is. I think she might show up at like 5:40 tonight, 5:50. Hopefully we can catch her. We'll be paying attention to that. This does throw things off a tiny bit, but nothing too bad. Let me just make sure she's not showing up, but I think she's not. Okay, so we've actually got to, let's see here. There's not really too much I can do while I'm waiting for her. So I think that we're sort of just... I'll get some money. Go get some berries, but yeah. We're kind of just going to wait for her to show up. She's going to show up in a couple hours, but... Because I took just a tiny bit too long to finish that quest, and I need her for the very next thing I'm going to do, we are sort of just going to wait around for a minute. So anyway, I wanted to learn this speedrun and really work on it, and I was really hoping actually I could show it off here in Questing for Glory, because it's just a good marathon for kind of the RPGs that don't have another home, right? So, happy to be doing that tonight. I have put my notes up on speedrun.com if anyone wanted to learn it. It's a lot easier to learn it from some English notes on an English version than trying to figure out what's going on in the Japanese version and what might be different. So, yeah, and honestly, it's a really fun speedrun. Definitely interesting and challenging in some cool ways, and I know a lot of people kind of really love the game just from playing it casually too, so that's cool. Alright, so starting at about 5:30, I'm going to be walking through this entrance every few seconds, because I want to see if we can catch Issa before 6 p.m. No one shows up at the Oasis after 6 p.m. But she probably will show up like 4 hours after she left my party. So there's a very tight window where I can actually, I think, catch her here before she wouldn't show up until tomorrow morning. But maybe not. And if not, it's not a big deal. We'll just go to sleep, and then we'll do some stuff tomorrow. Yeah. Not the end of the world. We've got backups for this. Alright, so she's showing up at 6 a.m., and that's totally fine. So one nice thing about the festivals is you can activate the festival at any time, and when the festival is done, it's 6 p.m. automatically. So you can actually use it to advance time if you need to, and we are definitely going to use that today. Which is why we're going to be just fine. We're not going to have to, like, sit around for a few minutes. So yeah, let's go talk to Issa. And the reason she's so important is because, while I was kind of talking about the speedrun, she's our first character who comes equipped with a crossbow. And we're going to need to use that to access, yet again, the next area. So, fortunately she joins us as resident number 24. Let's put her right in the party. So you saw me hit one of these with the wand earlier, so that we could kind of make it turn red, which allows us to get a bigger bounce. And the crossbow is useful because now we can hit those no matter kind of what angle we're approaching them from. Make sure we don't miss the jump. Cool. So yeah, thanks to having that, we can now access the Gate of Admonition. So this is a pretty interesting room. I need to use the crossbow to hit this switch, but these guys are going to be trying to throw boulders at me. Alright. So we've got some stairs now, which means we can come up here and pick out these cocoons. So the cocoons were actually regenerating monsters. I needed to get rid of those before we could actually make progress in the fight. And what's cool about taking those out is, now that they're gone, instead of having to fight 3 monsters in this room, I only have to fight 1. Just this guy. Always underestimate the range on that. Doesn't seem like it should hit me, but then it does. So yeah, you can see Saul is our first Twin Blades user, which is a really cool weapon. It just does a lot of attacks really quickly. For a lot of the rest of the run, we're going to be utilizing that when we need a lot of DPS. Okay, so let me see here. Trying to think about the best way to make stuff happen right now. Yeah, we're gonna have a couple minutes that we're gonna wait, yeah. That's okay. So we got that done. We are going to just let some time pass. I'm gonna get some money from my shops. And we're gonna put another shop down. So we're gonna take the back road, because the main road is full now. And we're gonna put the snack shop down. And then we've got to pass a little bit of time. I am going to actually go work on main quest. So this is Maclessa. Maclessa shows up right after you put the snack shop down. Pretty nice of him. Hey, buddy. One of those residents who's super reliable. I appreciate him. Let's go talk to him. Did I talk to him immediately? Yeah, I did. Just making sure. Talk to him. I accept his quest. So I wanted to get him here and have his quest activated before I left to do the next thing, because it's all kind of in the same area. So we've got that. So where were we on the main quest? There was this merchant who got us all of his stuff stolen by that flying squirrel bat. We took that thing out with the crossbow. So we returned to him. And he's like, cool, would you like to buy this 5 sprite seed? And we would. You remember, the merchant we need the seal stone from wanted us to bring him a 5 sprite wheat, which is what we're going to grow out of that seed. So we're getting there. We're going to do a save. Alright, while we're over here, let's go take care of that side quest. So, it's got an interesting name, that 5 sprite wheat. The reason it's called that is because you need to have a 5 sprite oasis in order to grow it. And right now we don't quite have that. A 5 sprite oasis is going to have 25 residents. We're actually pretty close. We actually just need McClessa to actually join, and then we'll be there. So let's go finish his side quest, and then we'll be able to go plant this wheat. We gotta take all these guys out. This fight can actually be kind of dangerous, so I'm trying to play it safe, especially at the beginning here. There's so many of them. There's also like a 4th one that I don't need to fight, who sometimes likes to join in. Looks like he's mostly keeping his distance today, which is good. Get a couple double hits in, that's nice. They made it pretty easy on me today. Alright, so the fluffy tiger fur was the thing that McClessa wanted. He's probably made his way over the main road by now. That's usually what happens. Looks like he is there. You can tell kind of by looking at the little map and seeing where the blue arrow is pointing. So let's go find him. Not that way. All the way over here. Okay. Every one of these sections where you have to get a bunch of people to join your oasis are definitely the hardest parts of the speedrun. But we're really not losing much time here. That was all pretty fine for kind of having to resort to the backup. Let's go over to Esna. It's time to level up the oasis. It's been a long time since we leveled up the oasis. Another thing that I need in order to grow the wheat is I need to have Oasis level 12, which is going to include a garden expansion. So this is the biggest series of Oasis level ups you do in the whole run, all the way from 8 to 12. If you were playing casually, you would never let them stack up like this. It's just kind of funny. It is efficient, though. Alright, here's our garden. Let's see how it expands. Extra levels, looks nice. Alright, level 12. Alright, so before we throw the festival, let's make sure to plant the wheat. Pretty important to not forget that. We're gonna plant it and water it. This will make it grow tomorrow. And it's not quite 6 p.m. It's actually pretty close. But we're gonna throw a festival. Let's do it. So, last time when we threw the Gourmet Festival, Ruben showed up. This time, Bok Bok is going to show up. And he is, kind of like Ruben was a better hammer user, he's a better Twin Blades user. Alright, it's 6 p.m. We're just gonna go straight to sleep, because we want the wheat to grow. We need to harvest it tomorrow. So yeah, Bok Bok shows up immediately the next morning, which is great. I'm actually going to go talk to him before I harvest the wheat, because there are certain characters who don't hang out in the Oasis until you talk to them. They'll kind of like take off, and then they'll come back later. And he's one of those. So I just need to like talk to him immediately, or else he's just going to leave. And I want to bring him into the next dungeon, so it's pretty important. Alright, Baku Baku. The names are all, for the most part, translated pretty straight across from the Japanese. He joins as Resident 26. And he's going to be, like, our big attacker for a little while. Yeah. Alright, should get rid of the sand pile. Now we can garden. Alright, well, we finally got the wheat. Everything is great. Can finally go check out the next place. And, chaos. Chaos has returned again. Stuck in some kind of time loop with chaos. I don't know what this is. Never even heard of anything like this. Alright, so this time we do have to clear the plants from the Oasis. And this is the difference between the English run and the Japanese run. Japanese run, you don't have to do this. The things that cause me to have to clear these out, those do not happen in the Japanese run. So this takes about 2 minutes. And if you're wondering what the real difference is between the runs, this is pretty much the whole thing. Everything else is basically identical. But basically, some characters are going to show up in the Oasis later, and they are not going to give me their side quests if I didn't do this. And in the Japanese version, when Esna clears out the chaos again, they're like, yeah, cool, everything's good. But we don't get it in English. It's just something different about the programming. You can imagine I was not necessarily pleasantly surprised when I realized that. I was like, what is going on? Because it is not obvious at all. Yeah, it's pretty random. But no big deal once you know about it. So yeah, like I mentioned before, the chaos plants kind of show up in random places, so I never know quite where I'm going to find them. I know sort of where they can be, but their actual placement is always a little random. Alright, effect is all gone. We're gonna put Bok Bok into the party. And let's go get that seal stone. Alright. Looking good. Since I'm forced to talk to this guy anyway, I'm gonna make some trades too. Let's max out on leopard fur balls. Get on snake skins. 3 fish bones is all I need. 3 wings is all I need. Cool. We're good. That's all the trading for the rest of the run. And we're just gonna go straight to the beginning of the next dungeon. So I'm gonna take a save here. There is a extremely crashable glitch right here. So it's super important to save, especially in a marathon. So the door to the next dungeon right here, if you try to open this with certain party members in the lead, like for example this guy, who I'm controlling right now, the game like can't handle it. It'll just crash when it tries to show the party opening the door. And it's kind of hard because you're using him to fight these plants, because you can see that he's got a weapon that is strong against them. But you need to make sure that you're not still controlling him when you go to open the door. So we'll make sure to switch it back to 0 when we do that. And yes, I did discover that by losing a run right here. They patched out kind of a similar crash when they updated this from version 1 to version 1.1, but they didn't patch this one out. But once you know about it, it's fine. Just got to be a little careful there. Anyway, we've successfully entered the Forgotten Forest. So yeah, by bringing Bok Bok here instead of Saul, we're getting quite a bit less lore and less dialogue. But Bok Bok's got a higher attack anyway, because he's a higher level. But Saul's, like, basically the story here is that Saul's dad was trying to restore the forest, and it didn't really go well, and he ended up making this place instead. Alright, so one thing that Bok Bok has is he's got a poison attack. So I can actually poison like the big monster at the beginning of the fight, and then focus on the little guys. While he just kind of takes some poison damage there. Come back to him. He's already about half dead, which is nice. Alright, so we brought Issa here because we actually want to have her crossbow for this. Oh, why did you fall down there? Okay. Apparently everyone decided to jump off the ledge while I was doing that. That's cool. That's cool. Alright, so inside of this chest is a crossbow of our own. Which means we no longer need Issa here in the party to do crossbow things. Jumping across the balloon cactus is actually not as easy as it looks. It's not on tracks or anything. Like, the direction you're facing when you jump is the direction you're gonna keep going. So it's super easy to miss your jumps if you're not careful. Alright, actually want to turn to Tebby and put the gate here. So yeah, now that I've got a crossbow, I'm going to put that on the hero. Replace the wand, because we don't need the wand at all for this dungeon, but we are going to want the crossbow for a couple things. This merchant always kind of shows up here. It is important that I make sure to come back at some point to let him in, because he does get in the queue, he gets in the way. But I don't really need to go out of the way for him. Alright, so we're going to bring in Maclessa, strong hammer, and strong twin blades. And when we do that, Teddy will equip that crossbow, because it's now the strongest weapon. Good to go. Let's get back to the dungeon. So the place where I left my aqua gate was pretty specific. I should just be able to run straight forward across these, and the timing will work out to get all the way across. Alright, this is a trap, but I do want this armor out of this treasure chest. Tell me about it, Centrina. I know it. Doing good, though. Past the halfway point. Alright, nice. So yeah, you can tell we need the crossbow to get through this one. Take all the cocoons out, and now we can actually focus on these guys. So we're going to fight a lot of monsters who are weak to hammers in this dungeon, but definitely going to have to do a couple party changes to make it through here. The Forgotten Forest is actually one of the biggest dungeons in the whole game. It's kind of right in the middle. Might actually be like the biggest. There is a lot of stuff we got to do here. Alright, using the twin blades to cut through some spider webs, trying not to get run over by the boulder. And then these little switches are also kind of twin blades only, so you can tell that they definitely intend for you to have a twin blades user, and kind of specifically Saul, as you're going through this place. They definitely don't expect you to have Bok Bok. But we got him. Alright. Got another living whip to fight. We're going to use Maclessa for this. You can do a little bit more damage to this guy. Nice. Got a whole bunch of hits in there. That was good. Teddy with the crossbow is actually pretty helpful against these guys too, because she can actually shoot them from the side and always get an extra hit in, which is cool. Alright, hammer continues to be very useful. More hammer weak enemies. Alright, so we're kind of back in the intro room to the dungeon, but we've lowered one of the two gates that bars our progress to the back of the dungeon. And we've made a chest appear. And here we've got the blue key. Nice. Finally got our first key. So in order to move forward, we've got to go back where we were before, because the blue door was way over here. Back to our favorite balloon cactus room. This time we're gonna turn a different one red. We're gonna turn this one red over here. In order to turn the camera, I'm using that little, like, nub on the right side of the 3DS. So if the camera turns are, like, kind of awkward, that's the reason why. It's not like the top LR buttons or anything like that. Definitely gets a little difficult to use sometimes. It's just so stiff. Yeah, no. Alright. So, this fight, we've got to fight 4 of these sand mites. So just like every sand monster enemy, it's a little annoying. I have to whirlwind them first to bring their defense down. I have to make sure they don't find any sand piles so they don't regenerate. And the way that this fight works is the next one's going to appear once we get this one down. Hopefully I can just kind of keep it in the corner here. That looks good. And then the last 2 are going to appear together. Okay, this looks pretty good. This guy's not going to be able to get away. Very good. Fortunately, at this point, no more sand piles are going to appear, so I don't need to worry about regeneration anymore. Just got to take these guys out. Don't run away from me. Yeah, it's kind of nice this guy's over here, because this is actually sort of where I want to be to leave the room. Try not to get hit by any more boulders. Gotten hit by a few of those. Alright, good enough. Anytime we get through with no regeneration, that's a victory. Alright, so this next room, we're gonna want Leaf Wall to make this one happen, so... time to switch out the party members a little bit. The reason that we need Leaf Wall will become apparent pretty quickly, and we actually need it for a couple other things in the dungeon anyway. So we're gonna replace our hammer user with Isaac. Get right back in there. Alright, so it's going to want to show us what's going on here. There's a chaos door over there. Can't get through that yet until we defeat the monster. And we have boulders. We'll actually wait for that one to go by. So we're going to set up a leaf way up here to block the boulders from getting through to us, while Teddy's going to fight this guy. Oops. Alright, that works. Pretty much always get run over by one at the end here. And that's fine. Alright, more puzzles. Start by hitting this thing with the crossbow. Then we have a really awkward crossbow shot here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Fortunately, I don't actually have to fight those guys, but... what I wanted to do was just shoot this. There we go. Alright, and I do need Isaac over here, so I'm gonna run kind of further than I need to, because I needed him to not be over there anymore. Oops, that's the wrong one. Alright, we got a leaf wall set up. Let's go do the other part of the puzzle here. Alright, releases the boulder. There's a gator in the background. It pops out of the ground, starts attacking us. Very good. Love it. I really like that scene. You like activate the boulder and you're like watching the boulder puzzle, but if you pay attention to what's happening in the back of the room, you just see everybody getting owned by this gator that popped out of the ground. It's always good. Cool. So we found another button. Just gotta fight some plants first. Fortunately, we brought the twin blade user, so no problem taking these guys out. So this one has a stun attack, which I'm gonna kind of try to avoid, but yeah, didn't totally avoid it. It's not a big deal. So he got slowed there. That's alright. We don't really need to use him for a minute. It'll probably wear off by the next fight. We've lowered that second gate. We can now finally access that door. Yeah, I'm actually going to make sure we get healed, so I'm just going to activate this warp pad. It'll get us in good shape. You get a free heal anytime you activate one of those. Well, anytime you touch one at all. Alright, so Isaac's going to give us a little bit of lore here. They know we must have had him in the dungeon. But we'd get even more if we had Saul. Sorry to the fans of lore in the chat, of course. Alright. We got a Broodness here. So I want him to do his attack that he tries to just kind of stomp the ground in front of him. He's not going to do that. But I want to get him poisoned. That's good now. Because he's going to do this spin attack, and I can't hit him while he's doing the spin attack, but at least he can lose some health on his own, just from being poisoned. Wow, so many spins. He's got another attack that when he does it I can hit him from behind, but he's not doing it. He's only doing this one. As you can see, my fellow party members are not very good at dodging that attack. Meanwhile, Bok Bok made it through full health. Totally untouched. They'll be fine. Yeah, seriously. We are only going to do the one attack you really don't want to see. We're going to do it over and over. That's alright. Alright, so this dungeon is going to introduce something that we'll be seeing for most of the dungeons from here on. Which is like a mini boss before the main boss. And that's right on the other side of this door, but we don't have the right party for that yet. I definitely want someone with a hammer for this one, because boss is weak to hammer. So why don't we go pick that up? Alright, we're going to keep Leaf Wall for a little bit longer. Still need it. little bit more hammer in here. Alright, so this is a pretty fun fight. This is against Kaldorn. So Kaldorn is like a big Petra Snatcher right here. Pops out of the ground. And before we can actually fight her, we've got to fight the 3 little ones first. So they're all gonna kind of be here all at once. Okay, nice. Sort of try to hit them together if I can, but it's pretty hard to really get these guys to be next to each other. Sometimes they cooperate, but most of the time they are all gonna stay pretty separated. This is actually maybe okay. Yeah, nice, that was good. That's exactly what I want to see. That was good. Alright, so now that they're down, we get to fight the real one. Hold on. So, she'll kind of pop up in one of these 4 holes. And the flashing lights will give away which one it is. She'll start to try to trick us pretty soon here. So that was a bunch of hits. Really good. You can see she likes to kind of appear far away from you. She's never going to appear in the closest hole. This one? Nice, that was a really good fight. Being able to knock her over kind of at the beginning there was a big help. Alright, I'm gonna wait for this boulder. Don't get run over. There's no reason to try to rush this puzzle. You can't make that first boulder get you through the puzzle. This one, I mean, no matter how fast you go, it just isn't quite fast enough. So, just relax. Okay, the door is open. Alright, so this is kind of the final puzzle room of the dungeon, and I can skip it trying to show me around the room here, if I avoid the middle of the room. So I'm going to try to be extremely careful here, and fall off to the side. Nice. Alright, we're just kind of gonna avoid the middle of the room. Your hammer is really in the way. Didn't have to stand right there. Thanks, Nicolessa. And then blow that guy up. The game likes to kind of show you some clues on how you might solve a puzzle, especially in these rooms with the red chests. But I do not need the help, actually. Yeah, could you stand anywhere else? Your hammer is, like, really big. I don't know if you realize. Alright, we're taking kind of this awkward way around the room, just so we can avoid the middle there. Avoid triggering that cutscene. Alright. Successfully solved the puzzle. Still don't want to fall down there. Even though I've solved the puzzle now, it will still activate if I fall down, so... I have to do that to really get back anyway. Alright, and the music's back. You can tell I kind of threw that room off. They're like, but wait, I didn't get to show you around the puzzle. Alright, Leaf Wall has served us well. But we are coming up to the boss fight, and we are definitely going to want some Twin Blades for this one. Alright, so this boss is Chaos Kelp, and it definitely lives up to the name of being chaotic. There is a lot that happens in this fight. So this is your... You have to remember that in addition to being a Zelda game, this is also a mana game. So we have to fight the plant tentacle boss. And yeah, this is kind of the fight that has a lot of status ailments going on. There are 3 different tentacles that'll appear over the course of the fight, and there's one in particular that I need to try to focus on because I need to damage it in order to open up the core that I can actually use to damage the boss. So, a whole bunch of stuff to keep track of here. I am going to deliberately take a lot of damage here as well. Just so I can get through this fight in something resembling a normal amount of time. But trying not to get smashed here. Cool, that was pretty good for the first phase, so we'll open up the core here. And I'm just going to keep wailing on it, even though it's about to do that big attack. We just accept it, heal up right after, get into phase 2. So now there's more tentacles here. They are going to do a bunch of damage to my friends. But the longer my friends stay alive, the better off I am, because I don't want those tentacles to be over here bothering me. We're just going to try to focus on the bruising tentacle. That's the one that opens up the core. Nice, Miklesa's getting some good big hits in here, I appreciate that. He doesn't always do that, but that was pretty good. Yep, I've got 5 medium vulneraries, and I use 3 of them in this fight. I don't make any more in the whole run. Alright, so we got stunned, that's kind of annoying. So I'm just going to randomly not be able to move or attack. Yep. Almost got it. Alright, core is open. So we probably won't quite get it here, but it would be cool if we did. Nice. That was great. Usually it takes 1 more cycle to beat that boss, so that was really fast. A lot of that was thanks to Miklesa. He's often distracted or knocked out, and so not able to really help you wail on the core like that, but today he was pretty good. Really pitching in. I take back what I said about your hammer earlier, Miklesa. You're all good, man. You're all good. Nice, that was a good dungeon. Alright, so we see another kind of weird one of these guys. And Teddy's like, nah, not this time. You're not just gonna run away from me. I'm gonna find out what's going on with you guys. So I send a whirlwind at him, but instead, our old friend Shoot shows up. And shoots a chaos-colored whirlwind. And we're like, what the heck is going on with that? I'm the one with the whirlwind. And then we see the reveal. that our brother from the very beginning of the run has had his body taken over by chaos. So, at the very beginning, we saw the Chaos Dragon attacking our brother's Oasis, and our brother hit him with a really big green gale. So Chaos was like, wow, that's pretty powerful. I'm gonna take over your body. And he's still healing from the wound that my brother caused. So not quite at full strength yet. Got some evil plans on getting all that back. Will be revealed in time. So classic bad guy thing of we're not going to finish him off, boss. And we don't have time to waste on them. He's got plans. So yeah, we don't like those guys. Anyway, we came here to get some lumites. And I think that after fighting that guy, we have earned it. I would say so. Yeah, it is too bad about that. Get our red lumites. So we know how this goes. We had chaos over the Oasis. We go and get the lumite. This is the last one we hear. We hear there's only 3. We're gonna bring that back to Esna, and she's gonna clear the chaos out of the Oasis. Everything is gonna go according to plan. Alright, she feels pretty bad about finding out about our brother, but it's cool, she's got this. So she's gonna transform and look cool. Fortunately, not today. So this part in the Japanese marathon run, Shodai says, "It's okay, Esna. Sometimes I have days where I cannot RTA." So I think traditionally that's what we have to say there. Some days I try to RTA and I can't do it. Happens to the best of us. So we're just gonna go rest. It's this guy. Alright. So you remember the lumite reflects the light in somebody's heart. And Esna is just too troubled by all the things that are going on with chaos. And of course, that's right when this guy shows up. Alright, this is actually my break in the middle of the run. So enjoy the cutscene. I'll be back in just a minute. Alright, so we have Shoot kind of making a hole in our Oasis to finish recovering. And we learn that behind the lumites are the spirits of previous Oasis chiefs who are going to lend us their power to purify the Oasis one more time from chaos. But basically, chaos is just biding his time, getting ready to destroy our Oasis. So it's telling us we basically need to purify the lumite and able to break the barrier into the Chaos Void. And we also get level 3 Green Gale. So now we got the big whirlwinds just like our brother did. Very cool. That's definitely going to help us solve some puzzles. Looking forward to it. Alright, so we learned a little bit about the Great Sage. We have this voice kind of speaking to us, telling us we need to get the Eye of Truth. And that's going to kind of reveal the way forward so that we can purify the lumite. So that's the next goal. Let's go find the Eye of Truth. Let's also work on the Oasis a little bit. It's probably time to do that. So Moza shows up here. We can see either Moza or Cyrus here. I actually like Moza, so that's cool. Cyrus can wait. Alright, so there's the Chaos Void. Dude just moved right in the middle of the Oasis. Not cool. So we're just gonna ignore that for now. We've got other stuff to do. So Moira comes over. She's like, "Oh, you want to know about the Eye of Truth?" The Elder of the Drauk settlement knows something about that. You should go talk to her. That sounds like a pretty good idea. Let's go. So we weren't able to get to the Drauk settlement before. Turns out that you need level 3 Green Gale in order to get here. Conveniently, we've got that now. This is one of those things that when you play this game casually is like kind of frustrating because it's right here at the beginning of the game. It's like so close, but you're just not quite able to make it happen. Also gonna, while I'm passing by the store, we're gonna cut some webs. We'll go through that later. Alright, so you use level 3 wind on this. And turns it into some nice stairs. There's this Drauk warrior who's been standing here the whole game, and she's like, "Oh, that's cool. Now I can finally go home." You're welcome. Alright, welcome to the Drauk settlement. This is the last one that we're going to visit in the run. And unlike the other ones, we're only going to come here once, so Take it all in. Alright, everyone's like, wow, someone actually came here. That's weird. Let's go talk to the Elder. The Elder is kind of a lot. There's nothing wrong with that necessarily, but Telly doesn't usually talk to people who are quite this animated. Anyway, she's like, oh, you want the Eye of Truth? You need to get the Veritas sword in order to get that. That's not going to be easy, but here is one of the materials that you need in order to make that. So, in order to make this sword, which is going to help us get the Eye of Truth, which is going to help us purify the lumite, mind you, we need to get 2 uncommon drops from monsters. Which is a lot of the remaining RNG in the run. We also run into Kayla there. She's like, hey, it'd be cool if you guys threw a fashion festival. And she gives us a fashion card. We will, in fact, throw a fashion festival. It sounds like a pretty good idea. I'm also going to do a save here. The next couple recruits for residents to show up at the Oasis. Extremely unreliable in whether they show up or not. The next one is Cyrus. Something we joke about in my channel where we blame Cyrus for everything. He's the one person who shows up at the Oasis that I don't actually want to join, because he just wants too much. So we also blame Cyrus for these recruits not being reliable. So we took a save there. If we don't get the person showing up at 10:15, then I'm going to try to do some things to kind of change some stuff in the background to try to make it happen. But hopefully it just works, you know? But this next little section, next like, I don't know, 20 minutes or so, probably the most RNG in the whole run. I say 20 minutes, could be 30. Could be 40. Alright, so we're just gonna hang out till about 10:15. And hopefully we see Cyrus walk through that gate. Cool. That's one of 2. That's good. Yeah, is it really a RPG if you don't need to hunt down some kind of uncommon monster drop? This is the spice of life right here. This is how you know you're having a good time. Alright, always nice to get that one done. Let's get back to what we were doing. So we went into the spiral pit a while ago, because it's actually partly accessible in the beginning of the game. But we couldn't get all the way through. Now we can actually make it further in here. And we'll actually be using this as our entrance to one of the next dungeons. So we've got a Twin Blades user, we can cut through the spider webs. And keep on going now. We get to meet the coolest seedling of them all. Hands down. This is Shalara. She's cool because she wears sunglasses even though we're in a cave. I wish I could be that cool, but it's never gonna happen. Alright, so we're gonna activate this warp pad so we can come back here later. I'm also gonna take a save because, again, unreliable people right now. If I get to the next warp pad fast enough, I might save there too, but sometimes it just takes a little bit longer. Yeah, same. I would feel like I looked cool, and then I would just run straight into the wall. But she pulls it off, and she actually is like really strong. So I mentioned before that the bolo, which was the weapon that Roto used, actually is like using the magic stat for its attack. She actually has like pretty high magic power. So she's extremely strong as well, and we're going to use her in some pretty tough fights coming up. So yeah, she's going to do a bunch of damage, and she's going to look great while she's doing it. The rest of us could only hope to be like that. Alright, looks like we're pretty good on time here. I am going to save here instead. And we should be able to catch Shalara at about 2:15 in the Oasis, if all goes well. One thing that's good right now is we're not seeing any Chaos Butterflies yet, which means we've been maintaining the Oasis well enough. And I think Chaos Butterflies are one of the things that mess up these recruits here. I think I was a little early there. $220. Okay. She made me nervous. Alright, always nice to get through that. Didn't have to reset. Feels good. Alright, I need to find Moza. Because now is a good time to activate his quest. I think he's probably over here. Oh, right there. Nice. So what we're going to find out, we don't know it yet, is that in order to enter the next dungeon, we need a bunch of things. One of the things that we need is a 7 sprite Oasis. Which is basically the fully formed Oasis that we're going to have for the speedrun. So it's really important for me to work on Oasis recruits here. That's going to happen when we have 33 residents. So we're going to keep working forward kind of on main quest stuff, but we're going to spend a lot of time making sure we get all the rest of the recruits as well. Alright, so before we can actually enter the next overworld area here, we've got to fight Sand Gecko. I'm going to lower his defense, I'm going to get rid of the sand piles. And we'll use Requested Whale on him. Alright, we will begin the uncommon monster drop hunt here. So, there's a monster that appears during the day out in this overworld area, the Great Wakuto Canyon, called a Jewel Crab, and I need to get the 7-color glass drop from them. So I'm going over here while I've still got some daylight, and I can hopefully fight 2 of them on this path. Okay, didn't get it from that one. Another one right over here. That is not the drop we wanted. Alright, it's 5 o'clock. I might be able to fight this one before it runs off. As it gets dark, they run off. I would love to get another shot at one before it gets dark. Another sun shard. Too bad. No luck. Alright. That would have been the really nice to get the drop that early, but wasn't relying on it. We'll have another chance later. Alright, everyone gets experience, because those guys are worth quite a bit. So I'm going to go back here. We actually need to finish that side quest before I get too distracted hunting monsters. The whole reason I actually brought Alana with the spear is so I can do this. Oh. I'm too close to the sun. Try getting Alana. It's been a while since we had a nice spear puzzle. Definitely overdue. Alright, so this is the thing that Moza wanted. I'm gonna get back to where I left my Aqua Gate. We'll just kind of keep making some forward progress. We got some stuff to do before it gets too late here. Specifically, we need to activate a couple warp points and talk to another person to have them start heading over to the Oasis. I'm gonna go this way. I also need to get a couple materials. So I need 3 juicy poles from this area. There's 2 already. Nice. Just need 1 more. Cool. That was easy. Alright, so the other rare drop that I need is from these guys, the Holio. And I am going to be forced to fight a couple of them, but we'll just fight this one along the way here. Since it's a marathon, it would be really nice to just get the item. So we're looking for Star Sand from that guy. Oh, nice. Well, at least one of the 2 came easy. Don't have to worry about that one. Sometimes lucky. Alright, so this fight here is a completely absurd fight. This is often where I will use a free revive. This is a good fight to use a free revive in. It doesn't seem like it should be, it's just a gator and a flying squirrel bat, but they are just a heck of a team. The gator likes to block me from hitting the bat, as you can see. And we got the bat down though, and Alana's not quite gone yet. It's actually a pretty good start. Managed to get this guy stunned. Looking okay. Wow. Pretty nice. Everyone's almost dead, but not quite. I got the warp pad activated. I'm actually going to... where am I? Come over here and do half this puzzle while I'm here. Got a crossbow right now. Let's hit the old crossbow switch. There we go. Alright, we're not done though. More to do over here. Really nice to have at least one of those drops out of the way. Alright, so we're gonna come back over here. We're gonna pop into the Tempest Way. This is another important return point for us to get. Gotta find a couple more sand geckos here. And then I'm also going to talk to that guy in the corner. That's Zach. He's a better hammer user than McCluskey here. It would be cool if he would help me right now, but he's just gonna stand in the corner. Fortunately, we don't really need him. The fight's fine. We're doing fine. To be fair, Zach's actually a pretty easy recruit, though. You talk to him, he's going to show up, and he won't want anything else from me. He's just going to join right up. And I appreciate that. More people should be like Zach. Alright, so before I go to bed, I want to go catch Shalara and Moza, get them to join. They're probably both on the main road. I also need to put another shop down, so I'm going to grab some dudems while I'm running around looking for them. Alright, Shalara wanted some juicy pulp. Fortunately, we are ready to oblige. Alright, so Shalara joins as resident 27. Nice. 27 out of 33, remember. We are getting there. We've got Moza here. He's going to join as 28 since we got the coral that he wanted to be able to make a flute. Good stuff. Only 5 left. Very nice. Let me see Cyrus there. We're gonna ignore Cyrus and pretend like he doesn't exist. Don't talk to him, Moza. Alright, we're gonna put the bakery down. There is somebody who's gonna show up just because we've got a bakery here, which is cool. And that's enough for today. Let's go get some sleep. Let's go get a solid 2 hours and 10 minutes of sleep. Alright, so we're gonna see either Zach or Raraku here. Either one of them could show up. Looks like we get Raraku today. It's not a huge deal to me which one it is. It just do slightly different things, but yeah, it's not a big deal. The only big difference is actually, since she's showing up right now, and I don't need my Aqua Gate, I'm going to activate her quest earlier rather than later. But first things first. Oh hey, Chaos Butterfly. That's a good time for that to show up. Let's fill up our stamp card so we can throw the Fashion Festival. This is going to be the last festival. Looks like we have just enough berries for the rest of the run. That's cool. It is funny how much more time you spend, like, keeping your shops restocked and playing this casually. In the speedrun, it's like, oh yeah, we have bloom booths. Need to remember to go take care of those. I would also be using Jamila, probably, if I was playing this casually, because she can restock these in bulk. But since I'm only doing it when I need to fill up my stamp card, it's much more efficient for me to just do it like this. But that was perfect. That's exactly how I want the card to go there, so all good on that front. Cool. Let's go find Recruitment. She should be over here somewhere. So yeah, she's like, cool, you guys have a bakery. And then she's also gonna give me a side quest. We're gonna complete that, but not immediately. Alright, so to move forward, we actually need some puzzle solvers here. Let's get some pellet, let's get some leaf wall. Alright, bringing some pretty weak characters into here, but I only need them to do one thing for me. Which is the classic leaf wall pellet combo. It's nice when Teddy kind of warps up there to use the Aqua Gate. Doesn't always happen quite like that, but that's how we want it. Cool. Let's let's put some different people in here now. Let's bring in Alana and Baka Baka. Alright, and then I'm also going to do a save here, because this is where we want to get that 7-color glass drop, so. Maybe for the marathon I might save a little closer to where they are, we'll see. First we gotta deal with this guy. The Peacockatress likes to kind of go to the other side of the room, just because. They just kind of like to wander around a little bit. Alright, so this is where we're going to find some remaining jewel crabs to try to get that 7-color glass drop. So yeah, why don't we drop an Aqua Gate here? We'll add an extra save, because we just really want to get that item drop. And if we don't get it here, it's pretty out of the way to find some more of these guys. You can do it, but you can only find one at a time. It's just not quite as good. But of course, now that I've saved, we'll just get it immediately. It's the law of RNG. It's when you don't save that you don't get it. sunstone. That's not what we want. That is what we want. Nice. Called it. Cool. Very nice to have that. So we are going this way. We've gotten all of our monster drops though. We have all the materials we need to be able to synthesize the Veritas sword. Nice to get that done. And we don't have to worry about the drop from these guys because we've already got it. So here we get to see how powerful spears are against the Holios. Definitely don't want to try to fight these guys without someone with a spear. You can see they took Bok out in one hit. But spear goes okay. Just really want to avoid that. That attack will, if it doesn't kill you, it will confuse you. And confusion in this game is, it's kind of got the mana thing going on where it reverses all your directions and stuff. But in addition to that, it also makes it so you can't attack at all. So, your controls are harder and you also can't really do anything. You really want to avoid it. Alright, and this is actually going to be the entrance to the final dungeon. We're just getting this fort point early so that it's there. So yeah, we've pretty much fully explored the world. That feels good. Alright, so Zach is going to show up at about 2 o'clock. We've got Raraku's quest active. Yeah, let's just wait for Zach so we don't miss him. And then we'll be free to kind of just do what we need to do for the rest of the day. We won't have to watch the clock quite as much. So yeah, interesting thing kind of about the timing on this one. It's very hard to realize that it's going to be a 2 p.m. thing. But we're missing certain windows when he could have showed up. And then it like resets and there's like a 4-hour timer. It's kind of happening in the background. And if he doesn't show up here, which he might not, then that's okay. I will see him in the morning. I've actually got a thing I can go do right now to finish Raraku's quest. So let's go do that. Gate of Admonition. So there's kind of a backup on timing here, because sometimes I miss like the early window when he can come home, because I'm busy getting monster drops, which is more important. And so we'll just, at 6 p.m., we'll go to bed immediately, and we'll see Zach in the morning. Nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, we can finish what we need to do for Raraku. Cut through some spider webs here. It's important to do this while I've still got the crossbow equipped on Teddy too. I'm about to trade that in for that sword because it's a much better weapon. But we got a little bit more puzzle to get through that requires crossbow. Plus another flying animal, or flying monster, that we want to have the crossbow for anyway. So fortunately this is another one of those places that the game expects you to do this a lot earlier than this, so nothing difficult going on here. Alright, this next room is my favorite fight in the entire run. Heavy is such a good shot. That one's always a good time. Oh hey, Zach's showing up. Welcome to the Oasis, Zach. I was actually not expecting you, but I'm glad you're here. Alright, him being here makes us be completely on track with where I want to be now, so that's nice. Let's grab him. Zach joins us as Resident 29. We do not need his rumor. Let's go find Raraku. Keep checking to the left first, but no one is to the left today. Alright, and Raraku is going to join us as resident number 30. Very nice. So with all of that done, it's time for us to finally go make that sword. I think that we've waited long enough. So we've finally, for the first time, synthesized a better piece of equipment. Pretty exciting for us. We will equip the recommended gear. Alright, time to go get that Eye of Truth. Let's go put together a nice party here. Grab Zach, and let's grab coolest person I know, Shalara. Let's go. Alright, so we brought Shalara not only because she's extremely cool, but also because she's got the Paraflower ability, which we're going to need to make it to where we get the Eye of Truth. You'll remember I hit that crossbow switch much earlier. Set that puzzle up to be able to be pretty easily completed. Yeah, doing like 100% on this game is a lot. Really, when it comes down to it, for the speedrun, we probably do about half of what you can do, but we don't level up any booths. Yeah, there's about 30 residents we never meet. It's quite a bit. Alright, we have gotten the Eye of Truth. So it's saying you can now enter the Sanctuary of Light, but you need a few things first. You need a 7 sprite Oasis, which I mentioned earlier, and we also need these 3 lithographs, which we collect from around the world. So that's going to be the next thing we do, as we're continuing to get the last few residents. But I'm actually going to get one other thing while I'm over here. If you've got someone with the hammer and someone with Paraflower, you can come up here and grab this Sacred Dart Shot, which is a really nice crossbow upgrade for Teddy to use once we need to be using a crossbow again. Alright. Time to level up the Oasis a little bit, and we're gonna hold that fashion festival now. This is a good time for it. So this is gonna be the last festival, and just like with the other two, we are gonna get someone who shows up after we do it, and that's gonna be Kayla. She's from the Drow settlement, and she's gonna be our strongest spear wielder for the rest of the run. And we're gonna take her all the way into the final boss. She's that good. I love how Esna's like, we're all gonna be looking so good after this. She's right. She's absolutely right. Alright, so as always, when we finish a festival at 6 p.m., no matter when it was when we started, when I told her to start that, it was like 8 o'clock, but don't worry about it. And I'm actually going to save here. We are going to go grab those lithographs now. In order to get this first one, we actually have to do what's, in my opinion, the hardest fight in the game. So, fortunately, we've got a rock-solid team with Zach and Shalara here. So hopefully it goes alright, but it's definitely a tough one. We're gonna have to fight 4 sand moles in a room where sand piles keep piling up, so regeneration is like always right there. So yeah, these guys are like really strong. They've got a ton of health, and they are just always kind of trying to knock you around too. So it's pretty easy for this one to go sideways. So we examine the hieroglyphs. We get the yellow lithograph immediately. That's the easy part. But before we can leave, we have to earn it. Alright, so I'm going to start by getting rid of the sand. It's going to come back pretty soon, but and we need to not get wrecked. Lower these guys' defense. And then let's let Shalara do some work. Really trying to kind of play it safe. It's nice when they go up against a wall like this, so I can get a bunch of hits in. Love it. So we're going to get some more sand piles appearing here. Yeah, that's fine. Ooh, that's what we don't want. Alright, we got more sand piles appearing, gotta get rid of it. Okay, so that guy was able to regenerate and get bigger, as you can see. That's not what we want. But we did take that guy. Here's the last one. He's smaller again now, that's good. And out. One left. Alright, got a few good hits in there. He's up against the wall, that's nice. I'll get a couple more hits. Teddy's not here to whirl at any sand piles, which is definitely a problem that can happen in this fight. But it looks like we're okay. Nice. That went really well. We definitely take that. We had 1 regeneration. Can't use the aqua gate because Teddy's down, so I'll walk outside and then we can use it. Oh, that was interesting. I went to use the aqua gate and it decided that because Teddy was across the threshold, we're actually going to go back in the cave first. That's fine. Whew, alright. Always nice to be on the other side of that one. Yeah, that is the kind of fight that just absolutely destroys you when you when you don't take it seriously. And it's really hard to stay on top of the sand, so what usually happens in that is you're not paying attention to somebody and then they find some sand and they regenerate and it just like keeps happening. Part of the reason that I did the fashion festival right before I did that fight is you have maximum rainbow protection right after a festival. So I had a bonus 140 HP to help me get through that fight a little bit more safely. It's definitely nice to combine that with doing that fight, in my opinion. Alright, so in here we're going to get lithograph number 2, and we're also going to get another important guest character. But I gotta take this guy out first. Much easier fight. Alright, so that makes that big pile of dirt appear. Love a good big pile of dirt. Let's go look at this thing. Hey, Ezomesh, thank you for good luck. Definitely still got quite a ways to go. Alright, so we get the magenta lithograph there. And before I leave here, let's go talk to this guy. Another one of those rooms where the particular combination of hammer and paraflower is going to let us get what we want. So we come up here and we meet Aslar. And Aslar is the most powerful Twin Blades user we're going to have in the run. And he's honestly very conveniently located there for how tough he is, since he's right next to a story item you have to do. Cool, that looks good. Everything we needed to do tonight, let's go get some rest. Alright, so this is going to be our final day building the Oasis. We need 3 more residents, and they're going to show up at 6 AM, 10 AM, and 2 PM. And then we'll finally have our 7 sprite Oasis. So we get Kayla showing up first. Cyrus is also here, but don't worry about that. Alright, so Kayla came because we held the fashion festival. So she doesn't need anything else, she's happy. She also looks very cool. It's a lot of eyeliner, but that's in style right now, it's all good. Okay, we actually need 1 more lithograph, and we can go grab it while we're waiting for 10 AM. This is the easiest one to get. We don't have to fight anybody. It's just kind of there. Zach is back there smashing some snakes. That's cool. That's cool. Alright, so I cut the spider web earlier when I actually had someone with twin blades. And that was so that when I needed the lithographs, I could just pop in real quick and grab it. Aqua lithograph. All good. Alright, so Aslar is going to show up at about 10:10 a.m. this morning. So I'm just going to sort of get ready for what I can do right after he shows up. I'm going to make sure I've got enough money that I can put 2 more shops down. The final 2 shops that we'll put in the run. Fortunately, I have quite a bit from the fashion festival. I only need 1140 and I've got 1711, so we're definitely good. And yeah. Just a little bit more, we're just gonna hang out in the Oasis. Wait for the next person to show up. From this point on, we're not really gonna see much of the Oasis, so one last time just taking in the good vibes. Koichi Ishii and his he put some blog posts out around the time that the game was coming out, and one of the things he talked about was he just wanted to create a game where there was like a community around people just supporting each other, and a place that actually involved like getting by with unconditional love and support. So the Oasis is really just like the ultimate in just people caring about each other. It's very nice. My Oasis is definitely ready to level up, yeah. Alright, so now that he showed up, we can put the last couple shops down. I don't want to do this before he shows up because that might make the other person show up before him, and that's not what I want. So we're going to put down the soup shop, we're going to put down the drum shop. Soup and drums is a classic combination. You can't name a better one. Alright. And we'll talk to Aslar. So Aslar lost his bravery feather. He's gonna need us to get that back for him before he's actually gonna join us. Fortunately, I've really got nothing better to do until like 2 o'clock, so let's go get that. Yeah, we'll still change the party. I've been going back and forth on whether to do this party change, but I should just do it. Bring Kayla in. I'm basically gonna fight 2 monsters. Just a couple gators. They are weak to spear, but Shalara is also like pretty tough. So it's not a big deal if you don't have a spear. I don't know. Probably doesn't really matter. Alright, so we gotta go get that bravery feather back for Aslar. And that's way up in the northwest corner of this map where we've never had any reason to go. Past the jewel crabs. Past this guy. So this monster, this like pink jewel crab, pretty consistently would drop a star sand if I needed one, but that was the drop that we got easily. So we didn't have to resort to that. Alright, so we get to see how powerful Kayla is here. We're almost seeing triple-digit numbers. Can you believe how big the numbers are in this game? Alright, nice. Kayla's like so good. She's also got a special ability that absorbs health from monsters as she does damage to them, so she's a little bit easier to keep alive. She also has another ability that makes monsters not really want to target her. So you'll see some weird stuff when you use Kayla, like you'll be fighting those gators and then they'll go and they'll start fighting Aslar or Zack or something instead. And yeah, that's just because of those particular abilities. So Kayla's just kind of all around a really strong guest. Alright, so Aslar is going to join us. Resident number 32. And at about 2:10 p.m., our final person is going to arrive in the Oasis. From a speedrun standpoint, it's always kind of a relief to have your last person show up. Because there's so much like hidden stuff going on behind the residents arriving in the Oasis that it's always just a little stressful, even when you are like pretty confident about what's going to happen. So yeah, Amshell is here. She wants some soup. We've got that. She wants some drums. We got that too. She wants 3 transparent wings. Fortunately, I got a whole bunch of those when I was trying to get a beetle chin 4 hours ago, so no problem. And yeah, she's good. A whole lot more reasonable than some people I know named Cyrus. Cool. And that is our last resident. Let's go level up the Oasis. I hear the Oasis is ready to level up. Why don't we go take care of that? Alright, and with that we have Oasis level 16, which is going to give us a 7 sprite fountain. And with that, with the Veritas sword and with the 3 lithographs, we are finally able to enter the next dungeon. Woo! Really make you work for it. So at this point, the run really just, it's like, alright, let's kind of step on it. The Oasis building is complete. We're gonna go into the Sanctuary of Light here, which is a pretty big dungeon. We're gonna go straight from this into the Temple of Trials, which is an even bigger dungeon, and then we'll end the endgame. So, yeah. It starts to feel like a pretty different speedrun from this point on. We're not looking at the clock. It's time to just cruise through some dungeons. I really love the end of this run. It's so fun. Alright, so first we gotta fight some needle hogs. Didn't move the bomb. That's okay. Ouch. Ooh, blocked it. The other guy's really hitting me with his needles. Okay, why are you up there? That's weird. That's weird, man. Alright, nice. You can see the bombs do huge damage, 299. That guy's done. Time to knock this guy down. Where are you going? You going over here? Okay, that's cool. That really blew up on me. Unfortunate. Very nice. Okay. Well, Teddy took a couple hits there, but it's actually pretty fast. Not too bad. Alright, so it's nice if we can blow up the bomb and get the statue twirl in there. We did. Oh, you missed, Teddy, and now you're knocked out. Alright, rather than trying to revive Teddy, we're just going to leave the room and come back. And do it again. Switched characters a little too soon there, I think. It happens. Alright, so whirl those devices, which activates this lift. And then we're going to be using the Aslar for this next fight, and I'm going to try to roll kind of off to the side. Yeah, didn't quite work. I wanted to activate this fight a little bit faster, but no big deal. So we got some beetles. So one nice thing about Aslar is he's got this stun attack. And when the monsters are stunned, one cool thing is that your guest characters really know that they should just head on over and start wailing on them, which is cool. So both Aslar and Kayla have that stun attack. And we'll definitely use that to basically circumvent some monsters' defenses and be able to win the fights much more quickly. It's very nice. It's part of the reason that we have the two of them at the end of the game here. Alright, really getting into the heart of the dungeon now. We're going to activate this warp point. It's going to be useful to us later. Plus it's healing us now, which is also good. So this dungeon's interesting because we don't have a final boss. What we have is 3 fights against the kind of chaos people. So we're going to start with Saluru here, who is the Chaos Circa. And every one of these also comes with a goon. So we gotta fight the goon too. And the goons are tricky, they like to just run around. So I'll try to get them knocked down. Very nice. Now we can focus on him. Stay away from the spin attacks. Spin attacks are bad. We can get him stunned, that's nice. Very good. These guys have something in their AI that really likes to dodge out of the way when you have a big power attack coming. So it's much harder to get them with it than it is to get normal monsters. But got him first try, which was cool. Alright, so you'll remember that we're here so that we can purify the lumite. So we use the wind on this device. We have our kind of colorless lumite coming out and getting its nice blue color restored. Pure blue lumite. Yeah, we got some chaos here. I mentioned that we began questing for glory with chaos getting defeated. And we're going to end questing for glory by saving chaos in the end, after we beat chaos up some more. Alright. We also get the blue key. Alright, so this is tight, but you can make it. Just like that. Yeah. Killing chaos didn't work. Just came right back. Go figure. Alright, so this is an interesting room. When you play this one casually, you probably hate this room. I'm gonna try to keep Teddy down there. Hopefully she got stuck on that corner. She doesn't always, but it's really nice if she did. So Kayla's gonna come and activate this plant in the corner, and she's probably gonna get totally stuck by that bat. Nice, that's what we wanted. Alright, so I am gonna try to hit this in a really specific way. Nice, first try. So I activated that device, and then I rolled over to where this platform was going to come up, which saved like quite a bit of time from having to puzzle around the rest of this room. That's going to take us straight into the next fight here with Arambesh. Rolled out of the way. Right. Avoid the spin attacks, as always. This fight is tricky because they both have them. Very nice. Alright, so Chaos Slayer is going to go down here. Just going to focus on the main event. Teddy hit it, nice. So I'd really like to get him knocked down so that I can try to stun him, but he's also like mostly dead now, so just a few more hits will do it anyway. Might just try to focus on just getting some hits in. Cool, that works. Arambesh is like the easiest out of the three, just because lowest HP pool. Not really sure how Kayla's alive. It looks like she has no health, but apparently she's here. It's not going to be an issue. We're going to get back to that center room, and the fastest way to do it is actually to aquagate back to the Oasis, and then come back in. We also want to do a quick party change. So we're going to want Hammer for the next area. So we'll trade our Twin Blades for some Hammer. Here we've got our green lumite getting purified. It's 2 out of 3. Oh, hammer time is still coming up. Hammer time is in the next dungeon. You'll know it when you see it. If you are looking forward to peak hammer, let me assure you that we have not yet obtained it. Alright, so I don't want to take the Aqua Gate here. I want to take the Warp instead. Alright, so we're gonna have a little whirlwind puzzle coming up next year, and the timing to get it in the short cycle is extremely tight. So hopefully we can make it, but it is not easy. I've got a couple visual cues that I'll be looking at to try to get everything exactly very, very precise in this next room. So we're going to whirl this blue device from the right one here, and I'll try to put myself in the approximate position. Alright, so I want to be right here, and then I want to be facing about like that. Alright, let that one go there. Got that one spinning, that's good. And over here now. Stand here. And let it go. Perfect. Whew. That is such a tight window. But it feels really good to get it. Alright, so we brought hammers for this next room. I'm going to try to roll into it. That's where I want to be. Hopefully we can get a whole bunch of like attacks on multiple monsters in the middle of the room here. That's what we want, just like that. Okay, we're getting it. Can't really tell exactly what's going on, but we did a lot of damage. Alright, there was a third guy, but we never even saw him die. Nice room. Alright, back in here. We're just here to go through the door. Please leave me alone. Alright, just like with that last room, there is a quick way to get through this room as well. This one's actually a little bit trickier. You're gonna see why. It definitely involves some good jumps across these balloon cactus. Alright, so I want to try to get this grate on. That looks pretty good. We hit this, run forward, and then leap of faith, run straight back. Should just barely make this platform. Nice. I was like really excited when I figured out that way to get through that room. It's extremely satisfying. Alright, that's enough of puzzles. Let's fight some snakes. Alright, so whirlwind them so we get their defense down. Like I said, Kayla's cool because a lot of the time the monsters won't notice her. She's got that hard to target ability. So, hoping I can mostly focus on other monsters. While, basically whoever I'm hitting, I'm hoping that they're just going to keep trying to attack my other party members. Alright, we've got another kind of tricky whirlwind here, so that we can try to make the platform appear under us. This one's a little harder. Nope, not quite. There we go. It's also less of a time loss if you don't get that one, but it's still cool to get it, you know? It's more about the principle of the thing. Alright, this room is extremely tall. It's gonna show us just how tall it is. That's a tall room. Alright, one more pretty tough monster fight in here. I'm actually gonna use Teddy's ability that I don't use too often to raise everyone's stats by a little bit there. I think it raises attack and stamina by 8. Which is, like, not insignificant. It's like 15-20%. But it wears off pretty quickly. There's just a couple places where it's very convenient to turn it on. Try to hit those. Alright, that guy's down. He's the hard one. The beetle's quite a bit easier than the needle hog. Come on. The needle hog's also more dangerous to hit those ranged attacks. Thanks for the beetle shin. Alright, there's no way, unfortunately, to hit that with wind and then be able to get on that platform, so we just accept that we're gonna have to wait for this one. And that's okay. Alright, a few more very precise jumps across the balloon cactus to get the rest of the way up in the room. Alright, that looks good. So yeah, like I said, these ones, they're not on tracks or anything. It's like, if you're facing slightly off when you jump on it, you are going to miss your jump. Like all of my friends did there. It's always funny to watch your teammates like bounce in random directions in this room. But that was pretty good. Alright. So before we move on to the last fight here, we're actually gonna pop on back to the Oasis. For simpler menu, I'm actually gonna use the Aqua Gate instead of the Warp Pad. Everyone is stronger now. Alright, let's get our twin blades back. I also want to upgrade my equipment here. We are going to put max equipment, but we're also going to put the Sacred Dart Shot on now. So, better defense. We got some nice armor drops from fighting those last two bosses. And then we'll put the crossbow back on. The crossbow doesn't really matter that much for this upcoming fight, but we're not going to go back to the Oasis before you go into the next dungeon. And we'll want the crossbow, like, immediately when we go in there. So in here we've got the third of the Chaos people. This is Sifa. We actually haven't met her yet. But Moira knows her. Remember Moira from early in the game? Turns out this is her sister. She's been searching for her the whole game. If you actually have Moira in your party, you get slightly different dialogue the 2 times you have to fight Sifa. But it's pretty unlikely you're going to have her in here because she joins like really early on in the game. And you probably have stronger people that you're taking with you by now. Chaos Guard just really likes to run around. Alright, nice, that was good. Cool. That was a great fight. We got a bunch of bonus hits in on Sifa, so she was pretty much ready to go down once we took the Chaos Guard down. That was solid. She will not be so easy the second time around, though. Sifa fight round 2 is extremely difficult. Nice. So that gets us to the last device where we're able to purify the red lumite. So if we were to go back to the Oasis after this, we would hear the great Sage Thoth telling us that we should bring all of our purified lumites into the Gate of Gears. Since I know that's what's going to happen, I'm going to ignore that warp pad that just lit up there, which would take me to the Oasis. And instead, we're going to head back to this one. And just go directly to the next dungeon. We're still going to hear him talk to us a little bit, but there's going to be slightly less dialogue for us to sit through now. Plus fewer warps, because we were ready. Also Chaos. It's been too long since Chaos, so let's get some more Chaos. So yeah, that was the Sanctuary Light, which is a really fun dungeon. That was a pretty good round through it. I think that was like 10 seconds slower than my gold split. Not bad. So this area here is cool. When you're walking above the Gate of Gears in this canyon area, you see a bunch of like mechanics and stuff kind of like inside the canyon. And down here we come down to it, so you can see the lumites are opening up these really big gates that are corresponding to their colors and allowing us to enter the final dungeon, the Temple of Trials. So this place is great. This is really where the game just puts it all together. Maximum amounts of fun. So we're going to activate this warp point. because we'll be coming back here. This is like the central chamber, which links to every part of the dungeon. And of course, we're going to start with the blue side. Alright, so this is why we have the crossbow. Alright, Tebby often gets owned by that Beholio, and that's fine. Switch over to someone else, and they'll make it over here. Alright, so we got a couple flying squirrel owls to take out in here, plus a chaos plant in the back. It's going to be shooting a bunch of mean stuff at us. So, crossbow is also important for doing this well. This guy likes to get stuck behind that pillar for a second. He'll make his way through. There we go. Hassler can't quite keep his balance there. That's too bad. I need to get out of here before I get stunned. Oh, not quite. Too slow. At least Tebby stayed alive there. That's the most important thing. Barely, but just enough. Right, take the creeper out. And that's the first quadrant. It's definitely the shortest one. I like to roll a different way so the camera is facing where I actually want to go when we come back to gaining control of the character. Alright, so you can see that turn this giant mechanism in the middle of the center room. And now we can access the next quadrant, which is the green quadrant. This game is nothing if not consistent. Alright, so the first quadrant was like crossbow. Definitely the way to go. This next one is all about the spear. We're gonna fight a couple Beholio enemies here. So ideally I can knock it down and I can stun it. That's what we want. Nope. Too far away to get the stuns out. It's alright. I've got more. There we go. This guy actually was pretty nice that he just kind of came over to me like that. Usually I've got to hunt down the second one. It's usually like on the complete opposite side of the room. So this is pretty good. I'll take it. 3-star sand, thank you. Alright. Let's get some puzzles. Been too long since we've seen some puzzles. Got a few switches to hit here. We will try to avoid the pendulums, but we're probably going to hit at least one. Alright, so I'm gonna change to another character, but if they're actually going to be somewhere helpful is... yeah. So sometimes you'll like change over to them and they will be like further back in the room, which is really nice. And sometimes they just are apparently in like a pendulum pathway and they just get knocked right over to where you are. What can you... Alright, these rooms are nice because we don't have to fight everything. It's always refreshing. Alright, and what RPG would be complete without some kind of elevator battle scene. And since this is Ever Oasis, it's gonna be a sand elevator, the best kind. Alright, let's keep the sand going up. And then, that's not what I wanted. Take that guy out. We got one very strong star guy here. Nice. Cool. Did very well. Love that everyone just got plowed over by the pendulum altogether there. It was good. Alright, that's the green quadrant. Making some nice progress through here. We're just gonna head down here where there's a warp point. Faster than going back through the Oasis for sure. Alright, so you'd think that red would be next, and that's probably kind of what the game expects you to do, but that last one actually opened up red and yellow. So we're gonna do yellow first. Just makes a little bit more sense with having to do fewer party changes. So we're gonna come over here first. We're gonna fight some birds. Some peacockatresses. Look at these creeps. It's creepy, guys. Don't do that. Alright. So these guys are hard if they, like, separate and run around the room a lot, which is, like, exactly what they immediately did. Yeah. Mostly just waste your time. The other thing they can do is they can hang out, like, in the middle of the sand pit. There's some good double attacks. Not bad. And, when you're standing in sand, you don't get to use any combo attacks, so it's like much slower to ouch. Okay. To try to beat anything. So Aslar got confused there, which means I had to switch to somebody else because he's not going to do any damage for a minute. But fortunately, Kayla is extremely strong, so no problem. So yeah, that's one of those fights. It's like, it's not hard, it's just kind of... I don't know. Always a little annoying, just because those guys like to move around so much. Alright. Aslar's probably gonna get taken out by one of these flowers. Made it all the way through. Very nice. Hey, Afterlife, yeah. It's definitely a hidden gem on the 3DS, but one of my favorites for sure. Alright. The way to get through that is to just take it slow. Don't try to rush through it. Get our mysterious key. Teammates have all gotten knocked off by the pendulums. Can you believe it? Alright, this looks like a puzzle room. I think we might need some different people to make it through that one. Alright, everyone gets to level 17. That's an important one because everyone gets, oh, that's not the one. It's gonna be 18. Hold that thought. Meanwhile, pellets and paraflower. Alright, let's go finish up the yellow quadrant here. So we're actually going to take both of them all the way through this, including through the mini-boss. This is a mini-boss that Teddy can pretty much handle by herself. Also one of my favorites. Alright, so Nubit's got some pellets to do. We're gonna go through here. Let's go this way. If you're wondering what's in all the directions I don't go, the answer is treasure. Probably, ooh, that was late. Probably, the glyphs that let us enter the bonus dungeons. Not particularly helpful for the speedrun. Alright, so that opened this up. We can whirl the statue. Get Shalara ready. Oh, she was so ready. Alright, nice puzzle room. Alright, time to fight Cuddle Slug. So yeah, this boss is just great. It's very fun. Looks incredible. Alright, so we're gonna fight this guy pretty much entirely with bombs, which is the best way to do any fight in this game. We're spinning. We're spinning. Wow, I actually hit him with that bomb. That was nice. Completely luck. No skill involved. That's probably the best seed, yeah. Yep, they get you. Almost got him. Oh, we're spinning again. Nice one. It's also probably like the easiest boss in the game, but it sure is fun. Alright, one more to get through. Alright, so a little while ago, someone, the great Sarnico, asked if I said stop, it's hammer time. And I didn't say it, but now it's time to stop. Because it is most definitely now hammer time. Let's get all the hammers we can get. Let's see, you've got a hammer. You also have a hammer. Alright guys, let's go. Can you ever have too much hammer? We're about to find out. Time for the red quadrant. Alright, before we can really realize the full power of the hammers, we gotta fight. It's kind of a tricky fight. So, I'm gonna take the plant out first. Hopefully we can hit it with some bombs while it's not guarding. That was good. Nice start. Yeah, block that one. Go figure. Alright, that works. This is some pretty good hammering. Gotta admit. That's a lot of hammers. Alright, this guy is in the middle of the room, of course. No longer in the sand. I appreciate that. Well, spoke too soon. Still actually not too bad of a fight. Okay. Time to break out the hammers for sure. Alright, so hit that one. We're gonna put Teddy here. And then more hammers on this side. Let's see. How we missed that. Okay. Okay. Almost forgot one. There we go. We are almost through the big hammer puzzle. Made it. Playing this game casually before I learned the speedrun and started really thinking about this room. It definitely did not really occur to me to bring two characters with hammers in there, but it makes a lot more sense to do it that way. Always just had one guy with a hammer running back and forth across the room. Alright, that was fun. It is time for one final party change. We're going to take this one all the way through the end. Kayla and Aslar, let's go. Oh, put my sword on. Alright, so we brought Twin Blades in just in time, because this is definitely a room where you'd like to have them. They actually intend for you to bring Leaf Wall in here, and then use Leaf Wall to block that other guy from entering the fight. But we don't need to do that. We can go fast enough. Because we've got Aslar. And he is that good. Hit that other dude enough times, we got our stun attack, so easy work in this one. Nice fight. The big one comes in, get him knocked down, stun attack, good to go. Perfect. Alright, how about one last puzzle? Just for old time's sake. Doesn't have to be a hard one. Can be simple, maybe just like a few switches. Just so we can remember the good times we had solving puzzles. Nice one. The real trick here is entering the right door, which is not that one. It's actually this one. Okay, so this is Probably the most annoying fight in this whole dungeon. Everything here attacks with ranged attacks. Alright, that was pretty nice. She kind of got stuck on that wall for a minute. It was cool. Big fan. Almost got her down. Cool. Good start. Alright. Still cloudy. Yeah, I'll take that. Teddy got slowed by that plant, so we're running kind of slow here, but it's alright. Alright, so my favorite boss fight in the game is coming up right here. We're about to fight Terratoad. It's what you would get if you mixed a, like a poison frog with a pterodactyl. And it's extremely fun. It's also pretty manipulatable if I get the right execution. So we'll see if I'm able to pull it off. It's not super easy, but it would be cool to do it. If it goes well, I can beat this guy in like a minute flat. We will see. We'll see. Definitely gonna go for it. But yeah, this fight is just like so fun. The whole speedrun is worth doing just so you can fight this guy. Also, after we beat him, pay special attention to his death animation because it's excellent. Alright, so just gonna do some very specific stuff here. See if I can get him. No, that's not gonna hit. 3. Alright. Not gonna pull off the cool manipulation, but that's okay. Would like to hit you with this bomb, sir. And then we're gonna hit him when he's trying to fly away here. Oh, barely missed. I was flying quickly here. Can't do much about that. Nice, that's good. Alright. We'll just catch him on his way out right now. 1, 2, 3, go. Perfect. Clang. Love that. Alright. Unfortunately, I aimed that first bomb very badly, so didn't get to do the cool manipulation, but still gonna be probably a pretty good fight. If you roll, then those things don't hit you. Alright. And then we want him to eat the bomb. Nice. Cool. Great fight. His death animation's so good. It's so good. Alright, let's Terratoad. Love that guy. Big fan. And yeah, that's the Temple of Trials. So I know what you've been thinking at this point. What you've been thinking is probably I haven't gotten nearly enough lore. I could really use some lore. Is this even an RPG? I'm not sure if I've gotten quite enough lore. Well, have I got the next few minutes of the speedrun for you? Payback's heard, yeah. Excellent fight, yeah. Definitely something you could appreciate. Alright. Hey, it's that giant floating obelisk that we saw from the Oasis. So standing between us and our lore is, once again, Sifa. This time, she's stronger. Moira shows up again on the outside there. Again, if you have, like, some, if you have her in your party, you get some different dialogue here. So instead of this, where she says, I see I'm not enough to stop you, QFG, I'm begging you, please stop Sifa yourself. She's like, I am strong enough, I'm gonna fight you. But, like I said, it's pretty unlikely you're gonna actually have her in your party there. Alright, this battle is, usually pretty chaotic. Stay away from that, that's the dangerous attack. Nice. It's always good if we can get her stunned. She's tough to get stunned. She, like, does somersaults and flips. She will do everything to avoid it. Just like that. Alright, knees down, that's normal. Switch over to Sifa, or to Kayla here. She's mostly gone. It's like one more hit. Alright, pretty good, pretty good. She is a tricky one, and those chaos launchers in the back are just they're definitely living up to their name. Just introducing random hits as you're trying to execute your well-laid plans. But overall, that went pretty much how I wanted to. Aslar is always kind of a sacrifice as we're working through that one. Alright, I promised you lore. Yeah, this game is like, it's got a lot of Zelda DNA in it for sure, and yeah, they worked on the 2 Zelda games before this, the Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask ports, and then after this they did the Link's Awakening for Switch. Alright, so here we finally get to meet the man himself, the great sage Thoth, who's been speaking to us like the whole game. Takes a physical form just to make it a little easier to talk. And he's gonna give us some history about how the desert's been here for thousands of years. There have been these oases, and Oasis chiefs like him have been trying to keep the chaos at bay for a long time. But he was the original. He was the first Oasis chief, and now that we've brought our purified lumite here, he's gonna help us get the white lumite, which is gonna allow us to break the barrier and enter the chaos void that Shoot has made in the middle of the Oasis. Very nice. Yep. We have upgraded our rock. Oasis looks good over there. Looks pretty nice. Alright, so what I was saying about level 17 actually meant about level 18, where Kayla gets her AAAX combo, and so does Aslar. And that's going to be extremely helpful for the final boss. Alright, let's give the lumite to Esna. She's going to know what to do with it. We all believe in her. We know she can do it. Alright, so the white lumite is showing us some stuff. We've been wondering all along where the chaos came from. It's showing us kind of some history about how things came to be the way they were. How the Circa were greedy, and they drove the creatures away. Here we have the Scorpion, which sort of became the Scrimpion there. The Lagora were kind of turning people around. They were being extremely isolationist. So people didn't have homes, they were frightened, lost in the desert. And all these bad feelings, these bad vibes, that's where chaos came from. So maybe that means that can't really beat chaos. There's always going to be chaos. Yeah, what can you do? Questing for glory, is there nothing I can do? It's the question we're here to ask ourselves. It's showing us something else, though. Looks like rain. Looks like everyone maybe being okay. We could try that out. Alright. Esna feels calm. She's ready. She's ready. I'm ready. I mean, she's doing all the hard work right now, to be fair. Alright, so one final time. Esna is going to drive the chaos out of the Oasis. And since the white lumite is so powerful, she's also going to break the barrier and allow us to enter the chaos void that Shoot made in the middle of the Oasis. Seems like the kind of place you're going to fight the final boss. As an added bonus, we can now revive 3 times. I'm really hoping we don't have to use that. But, I mean, we've got it. That's cool. Alright. One last talk underneath the moon over here. The moon looks good. Yeah. Hopefully all of the really hard dungeons are behind us at this point, but I still appreciate it. One of those RPG things where it's like, it gets a little bit easier as you go along. Would be more interesting if they started you off with 3 revives and then gradually took them away. But I'm not gonna argue. Whoa, my room looks extremely cool. Nice. Alright, so before we walk into the Chaos Void, we're going to talk to Jamila, which we haven't done yet this entire run. But I mentioned before that Jamila is able to restock all the booths in bulk. And that's going to be helpful because the amount of rainbow protection I get, which is essentially bonus max HP, is related to how happy everybody is. And that is mainly driven by how in stock the shops are. So that's gonna increase my max HP by about another 50%. So it's pretty helpful. It's not just for safety, it's actually like... with my main damage dealers dying less often, we're gonna get through these fights faster. So it's actually a speed strat. Also safety though. Also, good to finally stop ignoring Jamila, because she's fine. There's no problem with her. Alright, so we get 126 bonus HP, that's pretty nice. So, before we can fight the big bad, we gotta deal with these guys. Didn't forget about Arambesh and Saluru, did you? I know I didn't. So this fight is pretty tricky. They have basically some attacks that work in combination with each other. So the goal here is that we're going to take Arambesh out as quickly as possible. And Saluru on his own is not so bad. We can make his defense go way up, so I can't really damage him until that wears off, but that's not a huge deal. Avoiding the spin attacks. They both got him, so... Very nice. Alright, so he's down. Alright, he, of course, just put his defense up. Cool. You can see him trying to grab somebody there. When he grabs somebody but Arambesh is already down, it doesn't really do anything. He just kind of holds them. Nope, missed that. It's too bad. You can see how good Twin Blades is here. This guy's also weak to it, which is nice. There we go. Gonna take him out. Alright, pretty good. Didn't use any of my 3 free revives there. Good thing. Alright, these guys are actually pretty cheerful after I beat them. They're like, I don't know, maybe you're alright. Go get them. I like that attitude. Not how Sifa went down. Alright, so before we go on, let's get healed up here. This place looks pretty cool. Who knew all this was under my Oasis the whole time? Alright, Esna asks if you're ready to go forward. There is no turning back at this point, so hopefully you are ready. Roll off the edge. That one's for Shalara, trying to stay cool. Alright. Shoot. He's like, little sister, which is great. I love that. There's only a few dialogue choices, or dialogue lines that are really different between choosing between the two protagonists. But I think it's nice there when he's like, little sister. Alright, so we get to fight... Shoot! So this first phase here is pretty funny because it's actually weak to twin blades. Keep my distance from the whirlwinds. So really, really nice to have Aslar in this fight. Alright, wait for it. Alright, so with these bomb arrows, what we want to do is keep the distance from him first. And then once he's thrown them all, then I run up to him. Because basically the area around where they land is going to turn into that big inferno. If he throws one right next to him, then you're not going to be able to hit him. Alright, we've almost got him. A little bit more of this. Made it a little tricky to get to him there, but still get a few hits in. And that's enough to get through the first phase. Alright, so he was using a lot of wind attacks there, as you saw. That was all courtesy of my brother's body. But now we've left him no alternative but to reveal his true form. Can you believe the boss has another form? I've never seen anything like this. Also, we saw this form at the very beginning of the game. It's now time to really fight chaos. Let's do it. One rule for fighting Black Dragon, always dodge to the right. Alright, so he's going to throw these balls. I'm going to lure them off to the side of the arena here, and then he's going to dive to the middle. Now we'll be ready for him. So I'm using kind of specific combos here so I can be able to dodge his attacks. Cool, that was a really nice start. Alright, so this next phase is all about the chaos plants. And this is timed. There's nothing I can do to speed this up. As soon as I gain control, it's exactly 1 minute until this phase finishes. So I'm just gonna watch the timer here. Happened about 26 seconds. It's important because I want to use Teddy's power-up ability at the very end of this phase so that we're extremely powered up going into the next one. And you'll see why. This is one of those things that's like pretty stressful when you play this game casually. And then when you do it in the speedrun, you're like, oh, I mean, it's not too bad. You just kind of spin in a little circle. Send out some whirlwinds, it's all good. Just sort of relax a little bit. Alright, so I did the power up there at the end. So he's actually going to get knocked down after that phase is over. And we're just going to wail on this guy. And it's nice to have an extra 8 strength right there. Just do a little bit more damage. Okay, we want to see as many tail swipes as he wants to do. He only did a couple there. So this is the new attack for this phase. We want to see this as little as possible, because I can't really hurt him while he's doing this. But he will now dive to the middle of the arena. Let's get him. So yeah, tail swipes are good. We want to see tail swipes. This attack is also good, as long as I don't let it hit me. Less good if I do. Alright, this is the balls. Balls are good. It's very short before he gets back and I can hit him again. That's how you know it's not a Dragon Quest game, because you want the final boss to use balls. Alright, we gotta do this one more time. 3 seconds. So the plants do move a little bit faster in this phase, because you've gotten some experience, but still not too hard to keep up with overall. And when we come out of this, we will be in the final phase of the battle. He can do some new attacks, and you can do basically any combination of all the ones we've seen so far. Alright, forgot to do the power up, but it's not a big deal. Let's get him. Whole bunch of hits here, it's great. So yeah, we just want to see tail swipes. Nice. Ah, so many tail swipes, it's great. That was pretty good. Alright, so we always see at least one of these spirals. He's got to do it. He needs to show it off. Can't hurt him while he's doing it, so we'll just take the opportunity to try to get everyone healed up. Hopefully my friends don't get sucked into the middle, but sometimes they do. They're probably going to avoid it this time. Good job, guys. Alright. And dive to the middle. Nice. More tail swipes. Okay, the ball is fine. Got no problem with that. Oh, moving straight off it though. Alright. We get one more spiral. That's normal. Oh, he's actually doing this one. Never mind. This is better. It's a little bit faster than the spiral. Alright, this would be a nice time to finish him off if we can get enough hits in. Boom. Alright, that's GG. Time is going to stop in about a minute here when we get the last input. But yeah. Shoot went down pretty easily today. So, he's of course going to taunt us about how you can't really destroy chaos. You will be reborn again and again. Some kind of time loop, I don't know. And of course he threatens to take our Oasis out with him. Somehow, I don't think that Esna is going to let that happen. She says she wants to save Chaos. Alright, and that's time. Cool. GG. Nice run today. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Yeah, that was a good run. Really, really good for the marathon. Did some extra safety stuff in there, for sure. A lot of extra saves. Everything worked out pretty good. So we've got 9 minutes of kind of ending and credits that we can play as much of as we want. I think we're definitely a little bit ahead of schedule here. So I'll just keep an eye on what we want to do for the next one, but it's always good to see what happens here in the final showdown. We're just going to watch Esna face off against Shoot, the Black Dragon. Totally unfazed. She's gonna look super cool. And we're gonna see something we haven't seen this entire game. We're gonna see some clouds. We're gonna see some rain. So she's basically putting everything she's got into bringing greenery back to the desert. And yeah, everyone's hearts are at peace. We've got friendship, we've got community. Basically, Chaos doesn't stand a chance. We have managed to heal Chaos. Our brother is proud of us here at Questing for Glory. That's a nice feeling. And Esna disappears in her power. But she feels good. Definitely a bittersweet ending. But that's Kui Chi Chi. He hits you where it hurts for sure. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out for some Ever Oasis tonight. It's been a lot of fun doing the speedrun tonight. Hope you enjoyed it. Definitely want to say thank you to Questing for Glory for having me. Thanks, High Spirits, everyone on the games committee, and all the people on admin and all the mods. Appreciate everybody. Shout out to Shodai, the Japanese runner who really established this speedrun route. Would not be as clean and structured as it is without his inspiration, so big appreciation as always to him and the whole Japanese RTA community. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Thanks again. Hope that you all will stick around for the last day of Questing for Glory, which is coming up. Right after this, we're going to have the Legend of Heroes, Trails into Reverie, Final Fantasy X-2, and Chrono Trigger closing it out. Look forward to it. It's going to be great. If you want to hang out with me, I'm on Twitch. I'm usually running Dragon Quest games, but every once in a while we do something cool like this, so regardless, you'll see me around. Has been a lot of fun. And yeah, see y'all later.